So you may be expecting Stefan as like a host or whatever, but unfortunately he's already off and recording some Plants vs Zombies because he likes it. So you may recognize me as Jason Voorhees. Yes, my hair is growing as usual, and I'm gonna be in a future episode of PGMA, not episode 6. Yeah, it's a long journey, and my face is recovering. So yeah, and I also recorded the gameplay of Punity, which is a remake of PT, and it only focuses on the hallway, which is the main reason, and there is no twisted things, and unfortunately there are some. So yeah, this is the part of Creepypasta Reading, and yeah, he now wants me as a host. So I am the Creepypasta, right? And that's just weird. Is it weird? Yeah, it's weird. So yeah, I have the here, and there is again. So I'm gonna read Abandoned by Disney, and when he told me that he can read it or whatever, he said there was a little bit of trouble with the music. So yeah, music was way volumed. So yeah, and I'm gonna put the screen right now, and you may notice that his profile picture is now changed. So yeah, there is no problem with that. So without further ado, let's go and read the whole Abandoned by Disney saga. All right. Yes, the saga itself. Ooh, spooky. Okay, so it's I'm gonna say this on the post song. So there's no response for the creepypasta requests and all. You can request some creepypastas down below, and in the comments, and I may read them. So yeah, there is no problem. So I'm gonna choose some music, and it's just good. Yeah. You may hear it. Okay, good. So yeah, I'm gonna read the Abandoned by Disney saga again, and because this song just like yeah, you couldn't hear him reading it. So let's get straight to this one. And there's like 4 parts, and this is a prequel, and it only focuses on the suggestion dude who's telling the personals or whatever, stay away for something and keep your eyes on something. You get the freaking idea. So let's just go by entering a few suggestions. So you can hear music again. So let's get to it, shall we? We can use another person at check-in during peak hours. Please move the hot dog cart away from the main water slide. Also, please have water slide staff keep an eye out for children just 8. When anyone gets sick in there, 3 or 4 people have to go through it before we know about it. It would be nice if we had a way to get give more detailed information anonymously. Maybe private meeting time with management. Need more security at Southgate. Music in the reptile house keeps slowing down or reversing. It's very annoying. Please tell the mascots not to try eating in their costumes. We keep getting one with with food all over its face and we think someone's trying to be funny. Mouth opening is mesh, so eating isn't even possible. Please fix the music in the reptile house. It's still driving me up the wall. Guests are complaining about the amount of towels in their rooms. Need a better or newer coffee machine for the break room. I wasn't going to say anything because I'm very tolerant. But please stop admitting children without faces. They won't stay in the guest areas. The coming era could use a bigger selection of DVDs and games. The collection is already getting stale. Still, the security at Southgate was cheaper. Having a staffer pass by once in a while, or painting over all the vandalism. Southgate needs more security. What are we doing about the profanities at the play exit? Send security there more times of the day, or whatever. Don't feel safe leaving Southgate at end of shift. Frank is cheating at solitaire when he thinks I'm not watching. Please do something about this immediately. Tell the mascots to stay out of the way they don't belong. Partner keeps turning off music in the reptile house. Can't tell her because of the suit. Have a meeting or something. Please give the mascots more break time or allow them to take short breathers during work hours. Sweat and body odor are one thing, but now we keep getting the same suit full of vomit. Stop Frank, he's a menace. He has now spread to Sudoku. I'm not making this up. Sorry to write on a napkin, but we need more suggestion cards or else somebody's stealing them all. Stop the fucking music! I swear, all this blank is are getting into everything. Every time I kill one of them, the others just misbehave more. I keep finding them in piles at the bottom of stairways, and they think it's funny. It's not funny. I can't get through. We need more suggestion cards. We see the mascot suit with paint on its gloves. Someone took it to Southgate, and the color matches what the vandal is using. Might be worth looking into. Also, where are all the cards? Costumes sticking to the source. It's too hard to work with the gloves on. Thanks for the suggestion cards. Finally, what are we doing about staffing check-in at peak hours? Once more, sorry for the napkin. We're out of cards again. One of the mascots cornered me in the supply closet and grabbed my breasts. I told Michael Sheehan about him, but I don't think he's going to do anything because I don't know who was in the suit outfit. I'm going to file a lawsuit if management continues to avoid my calls. This is a final notice. Additionally, please restock the cards. I suspect they will remove it so you could discourage my reports. Haha, I'm a mouse. Fuck you. Someone's taking out light bulbs. I mean, just everywhere. Guests are getting increasingly angry about flipping switches only to have nothing happen. When are we getting some new DVDs in the common room? I'm not complaining because they're old movies. Just swap plenty or scratch and don't play all the way through. What's the ETA on the coffee maker? The vending machines on the third floor in the guest area are constantly unplugged and the money slots are often jammed with suggestion cards. I don't even know what these cards are talking about. We need more cards again. Try to find Frank. I'll give you clues about Frank, okay? Clue number one, it's cold. Clue number two, it's wet. We need another coat of paint on the south gate. Are you doing anything about this clown? Clue number three, flush. The hot dog cart is still next to the water slide, and there have been two more incidents involving children getting sick halfway through the pipe. This is really reflected poorly on the resort. I think you're looking for Frank. Hey, I don't want to be a dick, but seriously, where are all the cards? This box is pointless. I keep sinking into the floor, or maybe it's just that I feel like it. I can't get any rest because there's too much to do. Every time I lie down, guests keep asking if I'm okay. I can't get my head get my head off. Can't get my head off. I can't get my head off. I can't get my head off. I can't get my head off. You know, last card. It was my real head. I forgot. Costume is sticky to a source, and there are more sores. All I am is sores. Costume is breathing, and if I don't match its movements, I can't get any air. F. Ugh. So it's fire truck. Just kidding. I keep locking the gates, but someone keeps opening them again. Please tell them to stop doing that because it lets everyone out again, and I feel that's counterproductive. They found Frank and they're going to blame me. Please advise. Ha ha ha. Frank's face was like a bad looking plate of mashed potatoes when they pulled him out, but when I left it, everyone looked at me, even people with faces, which is odd. I have to think of what to do. Oh, I know. Hang on. Not sure if the suggestion box is the right place for this, but security isn't doing much about my complaint. Over the last couple of days, I've been circling the resort and continuing the number of staffers. As far as I can tell, there are more mascots on the ground than we have on payroll. Security says it doesn't make sense, but I think we have one extra. Please help. Costumes are heavy with people inside, and there's no hook left for me. So that was the prequel done. Now, before we get straight into what is it, about Disney, I just want to say that this creepypasta has spawned a Five Nights at Freddy's game or whatever, like a family game which is called Five Nights at Treasure Island, who has negative Mickey Mouse. Oh, let me see if the sound is okay. Keep walking the gate, but someone keeps opening it again. Please tell them. You have to volume up a little bit more. Okay. So the volume is pretty good right there. So yeah, I use my dad's computer. So wait, you didn't know Jason has a father? Well, yeah, I do, and my mother died because she went insane. Not talking about Stefan's parents. I'm talking about my parents. Jason Voorhees' parents. You know, the woman who murdered the camp. I say, I don't know, in Friday the 13th Part 1. What was his name? Camilla Voorhees. Yes, that was my mother's name. That's why I made a hockey mask that I found in Part 3. And Part 6 is most popular one because it got positive reviews because of the humor of it and the low gore on it. So there's a scene where I walk into a house, like in a room where like 10 children sleeps in. Well, that's mostly girls, so I'm a bit freaky. Jason Voorhees strikes again. So let's read Abandoned by Disney. Some of you may have heard about the Disney Corporation is responsible for at least one real live ghost town. Disney built the Treasure Island Resort in Baker's Bay in the Bahamas. It didn't start as ghost town. Disney's cruise ships would actually stop at the resort and leave tourists there to relax in luxury. This is a fact. Look it up. Disney blew $30 million on the place. Yes, $30 million. Then they abandoned it. Disney blamed the shallow waters too shallow for their ships to safely operate, and there was even blame cast on the workers, saying that since they were from Bahamas, they were too lazy to work a regular schedule. That's where the factual nature of the story ends. It wasn't because of the sand, and it obviously wasn't because foreigners are lazy. Both are convenient excuses. No, I sincerely thought that those reasons were legitimate. Why don't I buy the official story? because of Mowgli's powers. Near the beachside city of Emerald Isle in North Carolina, Disney began construction of Mowgli's Palace in the late 1990s. The concept was a jungle-themed resort with a large, you guessed it, palace in the center of the whole thing. If you're familiar with the character of Mowgli, then you might better remember the story Jungle Book. If you haven't seen it anywhere else, you know it as a Disney cartoon from decades past. Mowgli is an abandoned child in the jungle, essentially raised by animals and simultaneously threatened or pursued by other animals. Mowgli's palace was a controversial undertaking from the start. Disney bought up a ton of high-priced land for the project, and there was actually a scandal surrounding some of the purchases. The local government claimed eminent domain on people's homes, then turned around and sold the properties to Disney. At one point, a home that had just been constructed was immediately condemned with little to no explanation. The land grabbed by the government was supposedly for some fictional highway project, knowing full well what was going on. People started calling it Mickey Mouse Highway. Then there was the concept. A group of stuffed shirts from Disney Co. actually held a city meeting. They tended to sell everyone on how lucrative this project was going to be for everyone. When they showed the concept art, the gigantic Indian palace, surrounded by jungle, staffed with men and women in loincloths and tribal gear, well, suffice to say, everyone flipped their shit. We're talking about a large Indian palace, jungle, and loincloths not only in the center of a relatively wealthy area, but also a somewhat xenophobic area of the southern USA. It was a questionable mix at that point in history. One member of the crowd tried to storm the stage, but he was quickly subdued by security after he managed to break 100 presentation boards over his knee. Disney took the community and essentially broke it over its knee as well. The houses were razed, the land was cleared, and there wasn't a damn thing everyone could do or say about it. Local TV and newspapers were against the resort at the beginning, but some instant connection between Disney's media holdings and the local venues came into play and their opinions turned on a dime. Or them? I don't know. So anyway, Treasure Island, the Bahamas. Disney sunk those millions in and then split. The same thing happened with Mowgli's Palace. Construction was complete. Visitors actually stayed at the resort. Surrounding communities were flooded with traffic and the usual annoyances associated with an influx of lost and irritated tourists. Then it all just stopped. Disney shut it down and nobody knew what the hell to think, but they were pretty happy about it. Disney's loss was pretty hilarious and wonderful to a large group of folks who didn't want this in the first place. I honestly didn't give the place another thought since hearing it closed over a decade ago. I lived maybe 4 hours from Emerald Isle, so really I only heard the mumblings and didn't experience any of it firsthand. Then I read this article from someone who explored the Treasure Island resort and posted a whole blog about it. All the crazy shit he found there, stuff just left behind. Things smashed, defaced, probably ruined by the disgruntled former employees who had lost their jobs. Hell, locals from all around probably had a hand in wrecking the place. People there felt just as angry about Treasure Island as folks here did about Mowgli's Palace. Plus, there were rumors that Disney had released their aquarium stock into the local waters when it closed, including sharks. Who wouldn't want to take a few swings at some merchandise after them? Well, what I'm getting at is that this blog about Treasure Island got me thinking. Even though many years have passed since its closing, I figured might be cool to do some urban exploration at Mowgli's Palace. Take some photos, write about my experience, and probably see if there was anything I could take home as a memento. I'm not going to say I wasted no time in getting there. Because honestly, it took me another year after I first found that the Treasure Island article to get around to going up to Emperor. Over the course of that year, I did a lot of research on the Palace Resort, or rather, I tried to. Naturally, no official Disney site or resource made any mention of the palace. That had been swept clean. Even Other, however, was nobody before myself had apparently thought to blog about the place or even post a photo. None of the local TV or newspaper sites had one word about the place, though that was to be expected since they had all swung Disney's way. They wouldn't be out there alone in their environment, you know? Recently, I learned that corporations can actually ask Google, for example, to remove links from search results, basically for no good reason. Looking back, it's probably not that nobody spoke of the resort, but rather their words were made inaccessible. So in the end, I could barely find the place. All I had to go on was an old as hell map I received in the mail back in the 90s. It was a promotional item sent out to the people that had recently been to Disney World, and I guess since I've been there in the late 80s, that was recent. I didn't really intend to hang on to it, it just got shoved in with my books and comics from my childhood. I only remember it months into my research, and even then it took me another few weeks to look at the storage bin my parents had shoved it all into. But I did. What? Hold on, it'll be over. This thing just interrupted me. Why? Okay, it's gone now. Thank goodness. I should continue now. But I did find it. Locals were no help, as most were transplants who had moved to the beach in recent years, or old residents who just sneered at me and made rude gestures the second I managed to say, "Where would I find Mowgli's?" The drive took me through an inordinately long corridor of overgrowth, tropical plants that had run rampant and overpopulated the area mixed with the native species of flora that actually belonged there and had tried to reclaim the land. I was in awe when I reached the front gates of the resort, tremendous, monolithic, wooden gates whose supports to either side looked like they must have been cut from giant sequoias. What are the sequoias? I don't know. Let's continue. Okay, please tell me. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I don't know what that was. It was just a goddamn announcement, advertisement. Okay, let's continue. The gate itself had been gouged in several places by woodpeckers and eaten away at the base by burrowing insects. Hanging on the gate was a sheet of metal surrounded and scrapped with hand-painted letters, scrawled in black, and a banner by Disney. Clearly the handiwork of some past local or employee who wanted to make some small protest. The gates were open enough to walk through, but not live, so I grabbed my digital camera and map, whose flip side showed a layout of the resort. I set off on foot. But did I actually paused it? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. We shall continue. And I didn't pause it, what the fuck? I set off on foot. The inner grounds of the place were just as overgrown as the entryway. Palm trees stood unattended and right among piles of their own account coconuts. I was about to say accounts. Banana plants similarly stood in their own stinking, bug-riddled refuse. There was this sort of clash between order and chaos, as carefully planted rows of perennial flowers mixed with their obnoxious tall weeds and stinking blackened mushrooms. All that remained of any outdoor structures were broken. If it does this, I'm gonna kill it. Just all the remaining of any outdoor structures were broken, rotting wood and various charred bits of unidentifiable material. What was most likely an information booth or an outdoor bar was now simply a pile of sorted debris chopped up by past vandalism and ravaged by weather. I can't really speak. What's wrong with me? The most interesting thing on the grounds was a statue of Baloo, the friendly bear from the Jungle Book, which stood in a sort of courtyard in front of the main building. He was frozen in a jovial way toward no one, staring into empty space with a silly, toothy grin as birds should cover whole swaths of his fur and find ensnare his platform. I approached the main building, the palace, only to find the outside of the building covered in graffiti, where the original paint had been peeled and chipped away. The front doors weren't just open, they had been taken off their hinges and were stolen. Above the front doors, or the gaping mouth, where there had been, someone had once again painted "Abandoned by Disney." I wish I could tell you about all the awesome stuff I saw inside the palace. Forgotten statues, abandoned cash registers, a full-fledged secret society of homeless bums. But no, the inside of the building was so stark, so bare that I actually think people had stolen the molding of the walls. Anything that was too big to steal, counters, desks, giant fake trees, they were all resting amidst this empty echo chamber that amplified my every step like a slow rat-a-tat of a machine gun. I checked the floor plan and headed to all the locations that might seem in any way interesting. The kitchen was, as you imagine, an industrial food prep area with all the appliances and spaces, no expenses spared. Every glass surface was broken, every door knocked off its hinges, every metal surface kicked and dented. The entire place smelled like a very old piss. The huge freezer, not even remotely cold now, had row upon row of empty shelf spaces. Hooks hung from the ceiling, probably for hanging cuts of meat. As I stood there inside for a moment, I noticed they were swinging. Each hook swung in a random direction, but the movements were so slow and small that it was almost impossible to see. I figured it had been caused by my footsteps, so I stopped one from swinging by clutching it in my fist, then carefully letting it go. You know, but within seconds, it started to swing once more. The bathrooms weren't much in the same state as the rest of the place. Just like the Treasure Island resort, someone had methodically smashed each porcelain commode with coconuts and other implements. There was about a half-inch of rancid, stinking, stagnant water on the floor, so I didn't stay there very long. What's odd is that the toilets and the sinks and the bidets in the ladies' room, yes, I went there, all dripped, leaked, or just ran freely. It seemed to me that they should shut the water off long, long ago. There were plenty of rooms in the resort, but naturally I didn't have time to look through them all. The few I did peer into were similarly wrecked, and I didn't expect to find anything there. I thought there was actually a television or radio in one room, as I really think I heard a quiet conversation coming out. That was like a whisper, probably by my own breathing echoing in the silence, or just another case of the sound of flowing water playing tricks on their mind. This is what it sounded like. I didn't believe it. Short, unknown reply. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Your father told you. Only reply, or possibly just sleeping. I know, that sounds ridiculous. I'm just telling you what I experienced. What I Thought there might be something running in that room, or worse, some vagrants were holed up there and probably were nice to me. I at the front doors of the palace again. I figured hadn't found anything of note and had wasted the trip up. As I looked out the door, I noticed something interesting in the courtyard that I apparently missed. Something that would give me at least one thing to show for all my trouble, even if it was just a photograph. There's a lifelike statue of a python, maybe 80 feet long, coiled up and sunning itself on a pedestal right in the center of the area. It was almost time for the sun to start setting, so the light fell onto the object in the perfect way for a photograph. I approached the python and snapped the photo. Then I stood on my toes and snapped another. I moved close again to get detail of its face. Slowly, casually, the python lifted its head, looked directly into my eyes, turned, and slid off the pedestal across the grass and into the trees. All 80 feet of it. Its head long disappeared into the woods before its tail even left the sunning spot. Disney had released all the exotic animals onto the grounds. Right here on my floor plan map was the reptile house. I should have known. I read about the sharks at Treasure Isle, and I should have known they'd done this. I was dumbfounded, just utterly stupefied. My mouth must be hanging open for the longest time before I came back down to earth and snapped it shut. I blinked a few times and backed away from where the snake had been, back toward the palace. Even though it was really gone, it was totally gone, I still wasn't taking any chances and backed my way into the building. I took a few deep breaths and slaps to my own face to get myself right in the head again after that. I looked for a place to sit down as my legs were feeling a bit like jelly at this point. Of course, there was no place to sit down unless I wanted to reclimb in the broken glass and deadly carpet or haul myself up onto a desk of questionably reliability. I had seen some stairs near the palace's lobby, and I decided to go have a seat there until I felt better. The staircase was far enough away from the front of the building to be relatively clean, save for a startling accumulation of dust. I pulled a wedge of metal off the wall, once again painted with the "Abandoned by Disney" motto I'd become accustomed to. I placed a wedge of the stairs and sat on it to keep it at least somewhat clean. The stairway led downward, below ground level, using my camera flash as a sort of improvised flashlight. I could see that the staircase ended in a metal mesh door with a padlock. A sign on the door, a real sign, read, "Mascots only. Thank you." This perked up my spirits a little bit for two reasons. One, a mascots only area would have definitely had some interesting stuff back in the day. Two, the padlock was still in place. Nobody had gone down there. Not the Vandals, not the Lulus. Nobody. This was the one place I could actually explore and perhaps find something interesting to photograph or wantonly steal. I had come to the palace essentially agreeing with myself that it was okay to take anything I wanted because, hey, abandoned. High five, every. Hmm. Okay, I'll continue the story now. It didn't take much to bust the lock. Well, actually, that's wrong. It didn't take much to bust the metal plate on the wall that the padlock was hooked to. Time and decay had done most of the work for me, and I was able to bend the metal plate enough to pull the screws out of the wall. Something nobody else had apparently thought of, or had been able to do at the time. Yo, I swear I heard something. The mascot's only area was a startling and very welcome change when the rest of the building had seen. For one, every second or third fluorescent light overhead was illuminated, even though they flickered and faded randomly. Also, nothing had been stolen or broken, even if age and exposure were definitely taking their toll. Tables had notepads and pens. There were clocks, even a punch-in clock on the wall complete with filled-out time cards. Chairs were scattered around, and there was even a small break room with an old, static-filled television and long, rotted-out food and drink on the counters. It was like one of the post-apocalypse movies where everything is left in a state of evacuation. As I walked the maze-like sub-basement hallways of the mascot's only area, the sights just became more and more interesting as I went further. Desks and tables were knocked over, papers scattered and almost milled with the deck floor, and a large carpet of mold was slowly overtaking the real rotting crimson floor covering. Can I shut this thing off? No. Thank you. Wait, actually, no, you know what? Can you just. Why can't I stop you right there? Or should I ad block? This thing's pissing me off. Where was I? Fuck's sake. Okay. Everything was just sort of squishy, and anything would disintegrate into mush when I applied even the least amount of force. And clothing items hanging on hooks in one of the rooms simply fell to moist threads if I tried to unhook them. One thing that annoyed me was that the light was becoming more sparse and unreliable as I went further into the dank, suffocating depths of the place. Eventually, I reached the black and yellow striped door with the words "Character Prep 1" stenciled on it. The door wouldn't open at first. I figured this was probably where the costumes were kept, and I definitely wanted a photograph of the twisted, stinky mess. Try as I might, whatever angle or trick I tried, the door wouldn't budge. That is, until I gave up and started to walk away. That was when there was a slight popping sound and the door creaked open slowly. Inside the room was completely dark, pitch black. I used the camera flash to look for a light switch in the wall by the door, but there was nothing. As I made my search, I was jarred out of my sense of excitement by a loud electrical buzz. Rows of lights overhead suddenly flashed to life, flickering and fading in and out like the rest I passed. It took a second for my eyes to adjust, and it seemed like the light was going to just keep getting brighter until all the bulbs exploded. But just when I thought it would reach that critical stage, the lights dimmed out a bit and steadied. The room was exactly as I pictured it. Various Disney costumes hung on the walls, fully put together like strange cartoon cadavers hung from invisible nooses. There was an entire rack of loincloth and native clothes on hangers toward the back. What I found odd and what I wanted to photograph right away was a Mickey Mouse costume at the center of the room. Unlike the other costumes, it was lying on its back in the center of the floor like a murder victim. The further costume was rotting and shitting, creating bare patches. What was even odder, however, was the coloring of the costume. It was like the photo negative of the actual Mickey Mouse. Black where he should be white and white where he should be black. His normally red overalls were light blue. It's fucking creepy. The sight was off-putting enough that I actually put off photographing the thing until last. We took a picture of the costumes hanging on the walls, upward angles, downward angles, side shots to show an entire row of frozen, pretty cartoon faces, some with plastic eyes missing. Then I decided to stage a shot, just one of the bedraggled character heads on the slick, grimy floor. I reached for the headpiece of a Donald Duck costume and carefully removed it so the thing wouldn't fall apart in my hands. As I looked into the face of the wide-eyed, mouldering head, a loud clattering sound made me jump with fright. I looked down at my feet, and there were between my shoes was a human skull. It had fallen out of the mascot's head and turned to pieces at my feet. Only the empty face and Elijah remained, staring up at me. I dropped the duck head immediately, as you'd expect, and moved for the door. As I stood in the hallway, I looked back to the skull on the floor. I had to take a picture of it, you know. I had to. For a number of reasons that may seem silly, but only if you don't think it through. I need proof of what happened, especially if Disney was going to somehow make this go away. I had no doubt in my mind, right from the start, that even if it was just gross nigglings, Disney was responsible for this. And now it's going to get darker and darker for every moment you see right now. Okay, let's just continue with it. Piece of the story. Yay! Oh God, help. That's when Mickey, that far negative, opposite Mickey in the middle of the floor, started to get up. First standing up, then climbing to its feet, the Mickey Mouse costume, or whoever was inside of it, stood there at the center of the room, its fake face just staring directly at me as I mumbled, "No," over and over and over. What the fuck? It's actually for the negative, because I think if you use Photoshop or whatever, um, and make it to a normal photo, then you'll get normal colors of the almighty Mickey Mouse, alright? What the fuck? That's strange. Let's just continue with it. With shaking hands, a violently thrashing heart, and legs that had once again turned to jelly, I managed to lift the camera and aim it at the opposite creature, now quietly sizing me up. What? The digital camera screen displayed only dead pixels in the shape of the thing. It was a perfect silhouette of the Mickey costume. As the camera moved in my unsteady hands, the dead pixels spread, mirroring the screen wherever Mickey's outline moved to. Then my camera died, went blank and quiet, and broken. I raised my eyes once again to the Mickey Mouse costume. "Hey!" it said in a hushed, perverted, but perfectly executed Mickey Mouse voice. "Want to see my hair come off?" It started to pull at its own hair, working its clumsy, glove-clad fingers around its neck with clawed, impatient movements similar to a wounded man trying to pull himself free of a predator's jaws. As it worked its digits into its neck, so much blood, so much thick, chunky yellow blood. I turned away as I heard a sickening tearing of cloth and flesh. Only cared about getting away. From the doorway out of this room, I saw the final message clawed into the metal with bone and fingernails. Abandoned by God. I never got the pictures out of the camera. I never wrote the blog entry about it. As I ran from that place, fled for my sanity, if not my every life, my very life. I knew why Disney didn't want anyone to know about this place. Didn't They didn't want anyone like me getting in. They didn't want anything like that getting out. So that was the story. So I'm gonna be back. So I'm gonna take a shit. So yeah, because I think I might shit myself. But Jesse was never shit himself. So yeah, I'll be just right back. And we're back. So I took a shit right there because yeah, the band but this start was so suspenseful that yeah, and let's continue. And now this time I'm going to read Better by Disney sequel, which is Room Zero, and this is what his gas mask looked like. Jesus Christ. I didn't know that existed. So, let's get to it, shall we? Na 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 na. Let's just go now. It's been a while since I've read anything related to the Disney Corporation, and I'm sure you can understand why. A lot has been going on since my last post. I received a lot of questions and concerns from folks who read my first-hand account of Mowgli's Palace, a resort that was built and abandoned by Disney. I want to thank everyone who mirrored my post. It's been taken down from a very few places, mostly corporate sites that were easily leaned on by a larger power. However, for every new topic or disappearing blog post, it seems like 100 more have popped up. Hmm. This is something they'll have to face. There's no turning back for them. Not for me either. I'm definitely being followed. For the first month or two, I chalked it up to paranoia. Any casual glance or half smile in my direction set me off. Hair standing on the back of the neck and everything. The first one I was actually able to spot was a telephone worker mauling around my apartment complex. He was middle-aged, stealthy, dressed just as you expect. But something just seemed off about him. I couldn't place it, but I knew this wasn't just my imagination acting up. He was awkward and out of place. No, not somebody who was comfortable doing his routine job. I followed him around the corner, only to lose him there. When I turned back to go home, there he was, staring directly at me, about 10 feet behind me, expressionless and cold. Exploring, he asked? That was all he said, and there was an accusing tone to his voice. Tell me, what blue-collar phone jockey does that? I guess that's the worst part. Never feeling safe, never feeling alone. That, and the occasional Disney merchandise left somewhere for me to find. Little rubber Mickeys in the mailbox, and Disney Adventures magazine on my bookshelf. They hide little Mickeys everywhere. Three circles, one big, two small, in the silhouette of the famous mouse's head. I started keeping a running list of Mickeys I found. Oh, now we shall continue. Gotta close the door because I think someone is after me right in a moment. Not someone, but nah, you get the point. Coffee cup rings on my coffee table. One big, two small, colored glass bottles left on the doorstep. Viewed from the top down, all red. Graffiti on the wall on my way to work. A huge earth, small sun, and the moon publications. They're everywhere. People have mailed me boxes as well. If you repost anything I have to say, you're going to start finding those son of a bitch outlines. I guarantee it. The best one by far, one that actually made me laugh because of the horror of it all, was a drawer in the shelf next to my car. I was taking it back. I was taking it back at first, walking through the parking garage, keeping an eye out for people following me. The outline seemed a perfect match for, well, a murder victim you're probably familiar with if you read my past posts. Within yellow paint, I'm sure, was a single word. Retract. Does the retract was supposed to say whatever? Just retract. Yeah. I'll go with retract for now. The only good thing that was come out of all this that now that I know I'm not the only one who's seeing something they shouldn't have. I'm not going to give the names because, well, if I have to tell you why, you haven't been paying attention. Researcher goes to Disney parks whenever he can, all throughout the year. He's not going to have fun, enjoy the rides, etc. He's looking for the mascots. There's been a long tradition, apparently, of people reporting strange patrons throughout the park. Silent, motionless, staring patrons of every age, shape, and size. Men and women, adults, children, and teens, all wearing Disney-themed gas mask. Way back when Disney would get tons of complaints about oddly dressed folks following others around the park, folks who would then merge into crowds and disappear. Later on, the gas masks caused folks to draw other conclusions. Reports of possible terrorists and bombers started flowing. All those reports most likely went straight into the trash can. I know I can't find any sign of any such occasions reported on by the media, although you should be aware of the fact Disney can pretty much control its press like no other. Researcher goes to the parks, talks to a few people, and tries not to draw any attention to himself. He'll just ask 3 or 4 families if they've seen his friend who's wearing a funny mask. I made a long pause because I was drinking water, so that I would never go to sleep. Occasionally energy drinks, but thank God I do not drink energy drinks because that just make me go a little bit insane now. All those reports most likely went. Oh yeah, sorry, I read it. Sorry. Whatever. He has yet to see a gas guard for himself, though on one occasion, a child pointed him toward Frontier Town as he raced through the crowd. He heard a single voice ahead cry out, "Mommy, I want a Goofy Air mask too!" A fellow I call lifeguard worked in a Disney water park from 2001 through 2003. He stood at the top of a huge water slide and made sure none of the kids got too rowdy. He passed the kids through one at a time, telling them over and over again to be safe, keeping their arms in, and so on. And he talks about what happened or whatever. Like remember I read a few suggestions. Yeah, yeah. Now this got more details or whatever from the prequel. So one day, as he tells it, this fat kid goes down the tube and doesn't come out the other end. He sent 2 or 3 kids after. The whole thing moves at a steady clip, so naturally you'd expect that if Fatty got stuck, the kids that followed him was stuck too. Not so. Only the big kid disappears. Everyone else comes out at the other end, cheering and splashing like nothing's wrong. Lifeguard shuts down the slide, much to the aggravation of the kids waiting. Before it could go through any of Disney's strict procedures, splash. Fatty finally comes out. Staff members pulled the kid out of the water. He sank like a stone when it hit. His skin already blue and his eyes wide. All they would say was, "No face, kid," and "Stop squeezing." The kid was okay, in case you're wondering. He got carted right off to the medical center. A lifeguard was told to open the slide back up. He made a big stink about how it clearly wasn't safe. Despite his complaints, he was threatened with firing and the big grudgingly opened the slide again. From that point on, he kept a closer eye on the kids. Every so often, they'd come out in the wrong order, never as stunned as the fat kid, but always with a vague look of concern. A dreamy, half stupor that seemed as if they were trying to figure out what was reality. They take on some water and choke a bit, and they never come back up to ride again. I read his emails with the same sort of unease you might be feeling right now. I wanted him to share some story, but in the end, he didn't want to expose himself that way. I can't say I blame him. Snow White, which wasn't the actual role she played, was kicking Park. She had a nice little tidbit for me. You know what happened when a costume employee drops dead in his suit. Like 1 second he's taking a picture with little Jimmy, and the next he's had a fatal stroke. Let me just. There you go. I paused it. Yep. Should have done it a while ago. Like 1 second he's taking a picture with little Jimmy, and the next he. Whatever. God damn it. I always keep losing where I was when I am. A second costume mascot in the area has to sit with the corpse on the curb or bench and wait for this designated dry cleaner to arrive and cut the body away in a discreet manner. All the white patrons had no idea they're sitting with a dead body for photo ops. Feel free to check your photo albums at this point. That was bad, but another fellow, janitor, was completely off the creepy charts. Disney World, and probably others, is built with a series of underground tunnels just below your feet. 3 stories worth. Anything and everything you can imagine is down there for use in the place. They're called utility corridors. Basically, that's the reason you don't see characters out of place or janitors wandering through the park. They pop in and out of the hidden doors. They travel a concealed town you're walking on. Janitor told me something that might be common knowledge, but was not the less news to me. Walt Disney had several apartments built into his parks. There is one above Cinderella's castle. There's one in the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. They're all over the place. More than that, there are nightclubs, a movie theater, a bowling alley, and much more. All behind doors built right into the whimsical facades. You pass by without a second look. Club 22 is one such hidden area. If you have the cash to join the exclusive club, you don't. Then you have access to it and much more. Club 22 is a place where anything goes. Disney calls the places dark zones. Spots where the squeaky clean visage of Mickey Mouse gives away to drinking, drugs, and yes, sex. Conversely, the rest of the park is the bright zone with a few gray zone utility between. As far as Janitor has said, it wasn't always that way. It was more of a slow decline and the gradual relaxation of social norms within that elite group. The reason he knows all of this, you may already guessed it. He's cleaned it, or whatever. You'll get the idea. After a lengthy background check and a non-disclosure form, Janitor moved up from a park attendant to one of the dark zone cleaning crew. Now, before you get some satanic human sacrifice vision in your head, Janitor saw nothing of the sort. Lots of empty alcohol bottles. Yes, used condoms scattered like deflated New Year's balloons. Oh yeah, he cleaned up his share of blood, piss, and vomit, but it was all down to the unrestricted behavior of patrons as opposed to any sort of cold behavior. At least that's how he sees it in retrospect. All that trash, that profane shit, went into a furnace and mingled with the smoke of a cooling cottage chimney. If you've been to Disney World, you've breathed ultra condensed. Picking up this information was Hammer mailed me the old-fashioned way, so I don't know how it got my home address. They sent me photocopies of work papers providing a deployment, with instructions to burn them when I was convinced, which I did gladly. Oh, I'm focusing on it to see where the... Ah, there you are. Yeah, finally got it. Oh my god. I finally stopped it, guys. You happy? Yeah, I'm also happy. What was I? Which I did gladly. Hammer worked around the Disney World Park doing a demolition and construction. At one point, he approached the superior regarding some strange construction plans. There was a wide, rectangular area marked off on the blueprints, about the size of a supermarket. The area was left unnamed, and only bore the words, "Do not dig." Not only was he superior in the dark, but it was super fucking purposefully in the dark. He didn't want to talk about him, didn't want to know about him, and ended with conversations with this space intentionally left blank. Hammer didn't get it. The area seemed a waste of space, and it was directly conflicting with the work his team had been given. He started poking around the area on his off time, finding only a derelict steel door and a great span of concrete just beyond. It was a supermarket's worth of blank gray floor. Soon after, Hammer started picking gascots out of the crowds. Like all of the reports, the people, things, would stand in full view of the guy. They'd cluster together in the distance, or they'd just be pressed against the wall when you turn a corner. He said they moved weird, like the weak or injured, like a deer that's been run down by a hunter and can't flee anymore. The gas masks, the Disney character faces with filters jammed in, and none of they seem wet on the inside, like condensation on a car window. Tiny beads of water glimmered behind the glass, making it impossible for any of them to actually see. Focusing on the story, like somebody who doesn't know what gascot is that it's a mascot who has a gas mask or has some gas inside it. If it's fog gas, then I'm in. Sorry, I shall continue now. There. Probing further, Hammer started asking questions of anyone and everyone who had been working in the park for a decade or more. He hit dead ends throughout until it was directed to Ida or Ida. I'm calling it Ida. Yeah, an elderly woman who worked in a restaurant on Main Street. She's been there since way back, and though nobody had the balls to ask directly, everyone knew she had plenty of terrible stories to tell. Hammer asked about the empty space, then about the gas-masked customers, and at first he thought he would receive the same non-answers he'd gotten so far. She was quiet, eerily quiet. "Room zero," she croaked. She crooked a single, shaking hand placed to her cheek as if she were a little girl fearing her father's punishment. She didn't meet the man's gaze for the entire conversation. Room zero, as it turned out, was yet another hidden room just like the apartments and the Club 22. However, its sheer size and its spot deep beneath the park set it apart from any of the fun dark zones. It was a bomb shelter. Thum thum thum. I'll stop making that now. Room Zero was built to withstand a massive attack, be it conducted by foreign or domestic enemies. Room Zero was to be shot with enough rations to feed the entire park's average number of patrons at any given moment, and house the small yet lavish panic room of sorts for Disney higher-ups. During World War II, official Disney gas masks were actually produced for children to wear in the event of an attack. The idea was that it would be less scary for kids to what am I saying? Mickey's face was emblazoned on the wartime safety device. Yes, I know the obvious problems with that. During the Cold War scare of the 60s, when Disney World was constructed, Room Zero was stocked with similar masks as well. Whether they were cared about the fears of children or just cult, cult branding, things found their way down there. What's more, some genius decided that kids would then be frightened by the gas masks their parents wore. and so all masked adult and child were made to comply to this insane standard. Ida described it as treating a wound with lemon juice. None of this explained what Hammer had been seeing, though. Not only the seemingly supernatural appearances, but the empty out room as well. Yo, I heard something. I've been in there, he explained. There's nothing but a cement floor and four walls. No. Aya shook her head and covered her mouth, stifling a sob. You've been on top of it. Someone or something sounded the alarm one day. When the park was at full capacity, the warning was clear. It was supposedly an airtight. Security unsheared everyone down and down and down into the tremendous shelter. There, they were ordered to put on their masks and hunker down for the duration of the assault. Everything was quiet for about 30 minutes, save for the crying children and the frightening whispers. No one wanted to die, and so they were thankful in a way for this strange measure of safety. Then the first scream rang out. "Hey!" Ryan shouted. "Quit, quit pinching!" Voices of shrieks and yelps rippled through the crowd, from one wall to the other, back and forth. "Who's running around? Settle down!" Someone hollered. "Who's laughing? This isn't funny. Ow! Who stepped on my foot?" Despite security guards urging to calm down and keep their cool, the crowd became more and more agitated until, finally, after nearly an hour of madness, the lights flickered, then died. A fallout could only be described as utter chaos in the dark. Only the wails of the young and anguished cries of adults could be heard in a massive, swelling din that flooded the ears of all within that black echo chamber. A group of staff members and a select few patrons made it out of the door, ready to face the war above rather than the sanity below. What they found, of course, was a desolate yet untouched theme park. The music continued to play, echoing through silent storybook towns. Upon returning to room zero, the few who stood at the top of the steel staircase that led down into the pitch blackness heard no sound of the previous spray. There was only silence. Ida herself descended the staircase despite the begging of those she left above. She reached the reinforced doors, herself now washed in darkness and hearing only the buzzing in her ears. A single voice came out of the darkness. The echo made it possible to tell whether the mocking, raspy voice was at the back of the bomb shelter, or if it was right in front of her face. Shut the door, dude. You're letting out of the cold. Gripped by terror, she did just that. Within days, the entire thing, shelter, staircase, all of it, was covered with feet while feet upon feet of cement. Air systems and generators above its ceiling were removed, creating the large empty space. They're all still down there, Ida told Hammer. Down there with whoever that was. You might notice I used Ida's name. Unfortunately, she passed away soon after telling her story. Accidental fall, supposedly. After got out of bed to turn on the light. Such a company to vote. The paper reporter that her typewriter was covered with Mickey's silhouettes. Well, that ending was, I don't know how to say this, but a little bit creepy. So let's go to the final part of the Battle by Disney series, which is Corruptus. So, nothing much to say about this. It's like an epilogue of the whole thing. Yet, at the ending, he said that this is final post. I think that's what he said. Final. Let's start in 3, 2, 1. If you really believe in something, it can be yours. That's how we've been conditioned to think. Mostly, I suppose it's a coping mechanism to keep us from eating the rich. We all think we'll be rich someday if we just want it hard enough. How long has it been since there was a good old-fashioned calling of the wealthy elite? That probably wasn't a good way to start this blog post. I'm more than a little tired, but fuck it, I'm leaving it. Corruptus. That was the subject of an email I received before my ISP dropped me. My phone turned into a brick the same day. Hell, I think it was the same precise moment, but though it's difficult to know for sure since I only tried it after my laptop couldn't connect. Corruptus. I never heard the word before, and to be honest, I'm not exactly sure it is a word at all. It could be Latin. It sounds like Latin. I haven't been able to look it up, and this is the first time I'm getting on the web since my unexpected removal from the grid. I tried to sign on at the local library, by the way. My card was revoked, unpaid late fees for books I never read, much less checked out, mostly borderline fetish material and self-help books for various mental illnesses. The apparently quite detailed tome on weapons of mass destruction seemed to be of the most concern for the librarian. I hung around the library for maybe a half an hour until someone left the computer logged in and unguarded. When I went to check my email to tweet a complaint about what happened, those accounts were gone as well. Honestly, I was pretty huge dumbass for expecting them to be there. It wasn't long before I noticed the computer's rightful user pointed me out of the front of the desk. I guess she wasn't a fan of the direct approach. I was out the door before anyone could cause a real fuss. It's been over 2 years since I left Movie's Palace and never looked back. The original post has come and gone so much across so many different sites that I can barely even remember the first place I tried to host it. If I'd known how far this would go, I don't know if I would have been able to hack out that clumsy, flawed account of what happened. The pressure would have been too great, and I suppose there's a certain level of comfort in the idea no one will actually see or care about your work. It seems like a lot of sites remove the information, either upon direct request from Disney or on their own fear of reprisal. I know a really popular YouTuber who pulled readings of my posts from his channel. The rumor was that someone threatened to sue him. Some suppose all of the story. Bullshit. I know firsthand that they took it down in bout of pants-shitting fear when he realized Disney's connection to his partner company. I tried to keep up my after and abandoned blog for a while. I don't know how many people out there saw my notes on Room Zero, Club 22, and so on. They're still around if you look, at least at the time of this writing. Yes, Club 22 exists. No, it's not a type of Club 33. I later learned from the same contact that there's an 1-1 and there's an 11 as well. And supposedly the debauchery only grows as that number gets lower. I heard of a Club 0, but I can't confirm that is as clear as I can with the previous contact. I also don't know if it has any connection to the room of a similar name. Yes, the door probably said characters or cast members instead of mascots. I know, I hear you all. Thank you so much for that. I'm sure memory is crystal clear in moments of abject terror. Right. Overall, I'm glad that my words have spread so far and wide. But the downside is that so few of you are taking this seriously. I can't stress this enough. Treasure Island? Real? Treasure Island, real. Dear to the doors, real. Just because you can't substantiate the rest doesn't mean it's a cool story. Instead of picking apart the occurrences and making games about how cool it would be to have been in my position, maybe people can start taking this seriously and digging into what's going on. Maybe. I don't know. I want this to be a rant. I want to stay focused and make sure I post exactly that what I wanted it to make public. All the stress, the stalkers, the phone calls, the broken windows. I know that's all supposed to keep me off track. They want me confused, scared, and most of all, they want me quiet. There's a team of men and women in suits that I've seen at random times, here and there. I call them the focus group because they pop up with clipboards and pens, taking notes about everything I do. They all have the same outfits, the same thick rimmed nerd glasses, the same red pens that just scream, "We're judging you!" The first time I noticed them, they were following me through the mall. I looped and turned, trying to be sure they were following me, and there they were, every step of the way. Days later, I spotted them again in the laundromat window across from my new apartment. I chased one down once, the tubbiest one. It stayed silent through the entire case and even the scuffle that ensued. When I wrenched the clipboard from his hand, I only found page after page of off-kilter, running gibberish coupled with cool Mickey silhouettes, all in the same red ink. I know it sounds insane to say that a group of men and women in black are following me and taking nonsense notes, but I think that's the point. I think the idea is that it should drive me insane, and if it doesn't, you still think I'm crazy just for saying it. It's a no-win situation. I will forever regret that trip to Emerald Isle, but on the other hand, I'll always be grateful to the people who come forward anonymously to share their experiences with me. Whoever mailed me the suggestion box from the resort is basically my hero at this point. To read what I've written about the place and still brave the journey, wow, I can't imagine how that felt, whoever you may be. You even left the original corroded lock in the box so I know it was legit. To do all of that without even taking a look inside for yourself must be really hard. Thank you. If you haven't noticed, I'm treating this post a lot like my final installment. There's a reason for that. I don't know how long I keep subverting Disney's attempts at silencing me before some sort of final action is taken. I have no doubt that somewhere at this very moment, someone is using my identity to commit a crime that will discredit me. That, or the men in white jackets, are about to show me a lovely little padded cell. I don't know what's going to come of this, and that's the worst part, I suppose. All I know is that it's coming. So what is Corruptus? Well, as I mentioned, it was the title of an email I received. One that was presumably deleted along with my account. It was blank and seemed to exist for the sole purpose of placing an attached text document in my hands. Too bad for the powers that be. I had already put in it the moment I saw it. Not much they can do to reverse that, can they? I should have mentioned, remember that library? I used the copy to run off a few thousand duplicates of that letter. A few hundred are stapled in random places. A few hundred were passed out of the random people, and the rest. Let's leave those as a little surprise. Have fun trying to stifle that, you horrible mouse fuckers. Without any more rambling, here's the letter, word for word. It arrived from a source whose email address I won't disclose, though I assume it's an untraceable dummy account. Anyway, I'm gonna drink my water first. Hold on. Okay, let's read let's read all of the things that Corruptus has fixed. So let's start. Summation of Corruptus incidents for January 2015. For officers only, this message contains information that may be confidential, propriety, or protected by the attorney-client privilege or work product doctrine intended solely for the use of the addresses named above. Any review, disclosure, distribution, copying, or use of the information by others is strictly prohibited. If you have received this message in error or without authorization, please advise the sender by immediate reply and delete the original message. All emails sent to this address will be received by Disney corporate email system and is subject to archiving and review by someone other than the recipient. Violation of this disclaimer as written will result in prosecution. Please refer to the original guidelines as with relation to known and unconfirmed incident reports. Respect regulation as per ongoing and/or finalized designations. Okay, so I think someone went in and I went silence for a second there. And I don't know why this one, all of this is blue, but the computer I'm using right now, the text is all red. I don't know how to change that. I have to go through the Windows 10 instruction manual and all. But let's read the known corruptus incidents up to and including January 2015. Let's go. Treasure Island, extreme agitation / inappropriate activity within vulture population. Mild to moderate agitation or / inappropriate human activity. Result corruptus, unidentified avian species, abandoned, final. This is pop-century resort. Misplaced and mobile objects, chronological displacement / anachronism, unresolved corruptus, wandering entity, pending, Disney's river counting, microorganism infestation, unresolved corruptus, Clearman aka Seafood Man aka Friendly John, abandoned, final. Imageworks, the What If Labs on second floor. Multiple missing persons reports regarding Dreamfinder's School of Drama, pink screen fatality, vibrating mirror sickness, unresolved corruptus, Willy Wizard installation, abandoned final, Mongol's Palace, auditory hallucination and or projection, misplaced and mobile objects, moderate to severe agitation or / inappropriate human activity, unresolved corruptus, inverted character, abandoned final. That's a reference to Abandoned by Disney. New global neighbor, resolved corruptus, fiber optic worm, NGNS, NJC1, resolved corruptus, digital hall, NGNC2, resolved, repurposed. I have to close the whole arm. Yeah. I swear I keep hearing something, which is weird. Okay, I'm Jason. I can take everything. Let's keep going. Room 0, sudden onset mass hysteria, auditory hallucination and or projection, unresolved corpus, unknown, contained, final. It's a reference to the sequel to Abandoned by Disney. So yeah. Okay, we're almost finished. Please note, Nara Dreamer is not an officially licensed Disney park, and no information or resources are to be shared with any responsible for containing its residents. A complete list of suspected corruptus, incidents, and reports may be available. Okay, yeah. I'm almost finished here with corruptus, and then we'll go straight for a new creepypasta that I want to read. Yeah. It took a few readings before I could get my head around this. Essentially, if the attached file was to be believed, then the events I had experienced were not part of an isolated incident. The events within Room 0, the gas scots, they seemed like part of a much larger problem. What is corruptus? Corruption, I don't need to run do translate for that, even if I felt like I could take a break from writing without the risk of someone finding and disconnecting me at any moment. Corruption of what? Dreams? Ideas? Desires? I've never been a religious man, but I was dragged to Sunday school more than enough times to know about golden calls, false gods created by man, icons, graven images, characters, mascots. If you believe in the Bible at all, and I'm not sure I do, especially not after what I've seen, then maybe God wasn't angry because people worship other things. Maybe he was afraid. Maybe if enough people believe in something hard enough, there's a chance it will come to be. Since we're naturally flawed beings, that means there is a very good chance that such a thing will become corrupted. If you think about it, this is animated films have always been have one overriding message. Clap your hands and believe hard enough, and think your bell will live. When you wish upon a star, anything your heart desires. People like to say Disney has some connection to Satanism, but I never bought into that. I still don't. I think they've been trying to create that golden calf, a god idol that everyone believes in, one that everyone loves. It's almost as if any dream or idea that is shared by enough human hearts and minds has a real chance of being born into the world. The creatures, if any, exist beyond what I saw with my own eyes. I think they're the form half starts, random manifestations of some dark, unquantifiable non-life that seep into our state of being. The mistakes are reality, cosmic proportions, the corrupted. Did anyone in Emerald Isle harbor such a negative impression of Mowgli's palace? How potent was the fear of nuclear war on the Rumsir became full? If you want to find gas cuts and mystery voices, does the search bring about the very thing you're looking for? How many children have been disappointed, confused, or scarred for life when they saw Mickey without its head? These are questions I'm never going to be able to answer. I don't know if anyone can. Speaking personally, this will probably be the last time I talk to you about Disney and everything I've learned about them. I'm truly sorry for that, especially since there is so much more I could say. Unconfirmed rumors, documents, and items I received that now seem to be gone forever. I thought they were just trying to contain the Mickey costume. I thought that's why they went out of their way to keep the public in the dark about so much. Why they cursed and bullied to get away. Now I realized I was wrong. It was this all on. They didn't want anything like this getting out. I wish you good luck, and I know I need the same from you. Thank you. So this was the whole Amendment Disney series. Now let's read a gaming creepypasta because you all love gaming creepypastas, and some of you may love the potential of reality creepypastas, lost episodes, whatever. Alright, also, since it was Rugrats' anniversary or whatever, yeah, I found the post on Facebook by Movie Pilot. Yeah, Movie Pilot is actually a thing. I think it's Movie Pilot Action or whatever. I don't know. But it's I forgot what it said. It's something about Rugrats, alright? So I'm gonna try and find the Rugrats creepypasta. And oh yeah, my friend cosplayer Mocha, shout out to you. Um she watches and makes some cosplays of Axis Powers Hetalia, and yeah, it's like a show, an anime show or whatever. And she knows about this creepypasta. Alright, that's pretty good. And yeah, let's just type in rug rats. There it is, the Rugrats theory. That's what it is. Just shows this theory of what was the name? Angelica's imagination. Oh, she met her friends and all that. Yeah. How many versions are there? So the original version. Okay. Should I read both versions? Um, I'm thinking I'll read the two versions. After I read those versions, I'm gonna let you guys comment below what you think might be the creepiest and scariest among of one of the two versions, the original or quote tweaked. Sorry, hold on. Oh my god, I just caught something of it. Oh my god. Okay. Oh. Uh, Shall I invite you? Hold on. Hold on. I'll invite you. The someone wants to get invited. Ooh. Okay. Hold on. Wait a second. There. There you go. So I invited Brandon and Daniel, I think, for this. So yeah, so if someone wants to be in it, then feel free to join. But yeah. Oh, hi, Mr. Cola 1991. Yeah. Hi. Oh, just waiting for someone to get invites. And what are links for? Oh, okay. So that. Okay, I get it. Can I click it again? God. Chat. Okay, it's gone. Click the chat. Chat button. Okay. So I'm waiting for someone to join. I'm waiting for Brandon to join. I'll just type in Google Plus. Okay, hold on. Someone invited me to something. Who hasn't answered? Some people. Okay. Okay. Let me just try invite him in again. Hold on. There you go. A quiet invitation, at least. Wow, 4 people are watching. That's amazing. I don't know if Brian or Daniel was typing this, because yeah. Well, I'm gonna read the Rogers theory. I just need Brandon or Dan to join in. So, right now with it. He's been an hour ago. So. Damn it, only if I had a chance to see that. God damn it. My voicemail is activated. It says turn on. I'm gonna try and see if I can pick him somehow. Okay, so I'm waiting for the join, at least. I could just go straight to the story anyway. Oh, Jesus. That was loud. My bad. I don't think it was too damn loud. I'm just thinking about you. So, let's go ahead and just continue reading anyway. So, Brian or Dan, if you see this, then you'll know that I'm reading something. So, I'm still Jason Voorhees. I need to prove that all. So, are you ready? And I mean it. Are you ready for the Rugrats theory? Oh, I got 2 notifications. Never mind. What are they? No. Right. Is there a way to see if we get actual comments or I didn't see a thing. Right. He commented fucking about him for like 50 minutes ago. Shit. I was really corrupt as well then. I was almost at the end, so I mean I was at the end, but god damn it. Let's read it. The original version of the Rugrats theory. The Rugrats really were a figment of Angelica's demonic and unimaginable imagination. Chucky died in 1986 along with his mother. That's why Chaz is a nervous wreck all the time. Is it? Yes, Chaz. Tommy was born in 1988, but he was stillborn. That's why Stu is constantly in the basement making toys for his son, who never had a chance to live. The Devils had an abortion in 1990. Angelica couldn't figure whether it would be a boy or a girl, thus creating twins. And also, here's some nightmares for you. Yep, completely weird. As for all grown up, the teenage Angelica became addicted to various narcotics which further aggravate her schizophrenia, bringing it back to childhood and thus the creations she obsessed over. Because of time lapse between the present and the last time she interacted with the creations, she made him older. Angelica was constantly taking hits of acid, so she would never have to live without her creations, who were her only company. In a judgmental world, Angelica's mom actually died of a heroin overdose in 1982, just after Angelica was born, and Drew, in his depression, married a gold-digging whore that Angelica idolized because she fooled herself into thinking it was her real mom, but always had a concept of her mom, Cynthia, took a Barbie doll and made it at her mom's image, wearing an unwashed orange dress and having jacked up hair, which is why she was so attached to it. Later in life, she followed in her mom's footsteps with drugs and everything, then an overdose at age 13, when All Grown Ups was cancelled. Jesus Christ! A gold digger whore. What the hell? Um, I need to continue reading this because what the hell? That's what? This is so weird. Am I even dreaming, mate? Okay, I'm not even dreaming. It would be weird if I dreamt about all this happening. But guys, have you ever dreamed of this happening? Like, I don't know if I should say this, but If you had a dream where you were inside the world of Rugrats, if all this happened, then if you would dream version of myself, you would just handle the footage to me, and I would just see the real footage, and I'll just be like, "What the hell is this?" Let's let's just continue. But before continuing, I've seen some episodes of All Grown Up, and it's a sequel to Rugrats when they're all teenagers, and yeah, that's it. That's all I know. Sorry. Okay, let's continue. The only Rugrat not to be fictional, however, was unborn Tommy's brother Dill. However, Angelica didn't know the difference between Dill and her creations, although Dill didn't follow her commands. After endless crying and a refusal to disappear like the others did when Angelica was angry with him, she hit him. Due to this, he sustained a brain hemorrhage, which resulted in a deformation. Oh no, my God, poor Dill. Damn. As he grew up, his damage only became more evident, and by the time he was 9 and all grown up, he lived as an outcast, being ridiculed for his weirdness and retardation. The immense guilt over this as well led Angelica to her drug use, and is what led Angelica to uncreate the Rugrats briefly until experience with hallucinogenics. On a trip to Paris to find love, Chas married a woman named Kira, who was actually going to marry a different woman named Coco, but she just wanted him for his money. Who had a daughter named Kimmy that was torn from her because she was a cocaine addict. Angelica imagined her from Kira's stories. Jesus, she's gonna be in love with the Coco. No, I'm kidding. The joke is so outdated. A different woman named. No, I'm gonna continue because I need to start talking about. Ah, let's just continue. He lost his mind after the death of his wife and was in denial that she was ever a prostitute. And what the fuck has happened? What the hell happened? It just what? What the hell happened? Is it still going? Hold on. Did we caught that? Hold on. Did we actually caught that? Yo, did we actually caught that? Let me see. Did we? What the? Yeah, we actually caught that. Holy shit. The whole thing just crashed on me. What the fuck? Where was I? So prostitute, yeah, I was there, okay. Upon returning to America, Chaz and Kira married and she got her green card. It was actually a really happy and romantic story. Kira continually struggled with addiction, but was relatively happy with her life and Chaz. Stop struggling with all that. Drugs are bad, bro. I mean, woman. Something's wrong with Kira. Just saying. But Susie was actually Angelica's only friend, who entertained the thought of Angelica's creations. For her sake, Angelica spent the last days of her life in the back of the school cafeteria, imagining friends around her and playing with the lives of her creations. Oh my god, let's read the tweaked version. I mean, the original one was a little bit creepy, and it was short. Just saying. What? Um, I don't even know anymore. Let's go straight. Let's just shut up and go straight into. Oh god, the tweaked version. Okay, let's take another music for it, cause if it gets creepy or whatever, I'm gonna choose a different music. Hold on, cause creepy music is needed in these days. Creepy music. Yeah, this creepy music is made by Kevin MacLeod, which doesn't get copyright for it. Just saying. What the fuck? That seemed a good way for a song. Oh my god. The genre is unclassifiable. The length is 1 minute and 43 minutes. The instrument is only a music box and its tempo is 139. Jesus Christ. Let's use the music box as our, yeah, let's, you get it. Let's now read the tweet version. Let's go. The Rugrats really were a figment of Angelica's imagination. Chucky died a long time ago along with his mother. That's why Chaz is a nervous wreck all the time. Tommy was a stillborn. That's why Stu is constantly in the basement making toys for his son who never had a chance to live. The Devils had an abortion. Angelica couldn't figure whether it would be a boy or a girl, thus creating the twins. As for all growing up, Angelica was a bipolar schizophrenic who, as a teenager, became addicted to various narcotics, bringing her back to childhood, thus creating a world in her mind that she obsessed over. Because of the time lapse between the present and the last time she interacted with the imaginary world, she made him older. Angelica was constantly taking hits of acid so she would never have to live without her creations. To her creations were only her company in the judgmental world. Angelica's mom actually died of a heroin overdose. My goodness. Angelica was schizophrenic and bipolar because she was a crack baby. Hold on. Because she was a crack baby. My world is just turned upside down right now. Is crack baby even a thing? Hmm, my god. I don't even know anymore. Hmm. Let's continue. Additionally, Drew, in his depression, made a golden horn that Angelica idolized because she fooled herself into thinking it was her real mom. However, she always had a concept of her mom, Cynthia. She used the Barbie doll to mirror her birth mother's image, wearing an unwashed, yellow orange dress and jacked up hair, which is why she was so attached to it. Later in life, she followed in her mother's footsteps, dying of overdose at the age 13, when All Grow Up was cancelled. The only Rugrat not to be fictional, however, was unborn Tommy's brother, Dill. However, Angelica didn't know the difference between Dill and her creations. Dill didn't follow commands, and after endless crying and refusal to disappear like the others did when Angelica was angry with them, so she hit him. After she hit him, he screamed a screeching tune, and Stu ran in and pulled his piece of his only child, but it was too late. Dill had a brain hemorrhage, which resulted in a deformation. As he grew up, his damage only became more evident, and by the time he was 9 and all grown up, he lived as an outcast, be ridiculed for his weirdness and retardation. The immense guilt over this is what caused Angelica to start using drugs and to uncreate the Rugrats briefly, until the experience with hallucinogenics. Chaz lost his mind after the death of his first wife and was in denial that she was ever a prostitute. On a trip to Paris to find love, Chaz fell in love with a hooker named Kira. He was originally going to marry a different hooker, but she just wanted him for his money. Kira once had a daughter named Kimi, but the baby was torn from her by law due to her cocaine addiction. Angelica imagined Kimi from Kira's stories. Upon returning to America, Chaz and Kira married and she got her green card. It was a surprisingly happy and romantic story. Kira continually struggled with addiction, but was relatively happy with her new life with Chaz. I think you forgot to put R between T and U, so it's struggle, not struggled. What the fuck? Susie was Angelica's only friend, who entertained the thought of Angelica's creations because they seemed to make her happy. She later became a psychologist and teamed up with Nickelodeon to make the Rugrats. When Angelica died of the overdose, Susie helped arrange her funeral. Because of addictions and her mental state, Angelica was expelled from society, which led to a break with reality and her eventual death. She spent the last days of her life in the back of the school cafeteria, imagining friends around her and playing with the lives of her creations. I mean, it's not the same thing, but what? Just the kill got deleted? Are you kidding me? F the killer. Well, he's gone, guys. Really? He's actually gone. He's just the killer. Yep, he's actually gone. So he's not in troll pasta. Now, I'm not gonna. I mean, I may have to read him someday, but some of you know about the story already. And some of the stories like Jeff is back, Jeff goes to sleep, and Jane the killer. I never heard of Jeff and go to sleep. Only heard of Jeff is back and Jane the killer. Um, what? Okay. Let's just find some more stories, alright? Internet confirmed. Let's see if it will work, eh? Let's see what it's. Nope. Scroll down, damn it. It's fine. But hold on. Are they in a cartoon? Like, no? Oh, okay. God damn it. But it's video game pasta, so why the hell not? It's almost 12 a.m. in my place, and it's a good time to read those stuff anyway. This thing I was looking for. I don't know if I should read those. I don't know. I may read Mario, but I read this one, but I'm gonna read it again someday again, but as another live stream known as in it's got the Creepypasta third and final attempt, which is only gonna be myself. So let's go. I don't know. Have I ever read the? Yeah, I read the book Bowser and King Boo Theory. I remember that now. Let's see any more. Have I read System Shock 2? Yeah, I already did. I already did. I already did. I remember. I remember it also. That's. Oh my god, son of a bitch! Wait, there's Pac-Man. What? Oh, okay. But have I ever read this? Um, I don't not. I do not know if I read it. Bitch, how is that fan fiction? If it's fan fiction, then they do something, which is. Have any of you guys played Time Splitters? You know the thing that the game, like the whole series, that looks kind of like Golf GoldenEye 007. Yeah, I mean that. And, well, is it good so far? We are still good. Okay, let us read. Let's see. Actually, I didn't want to see if there's anything on there. Let's just read Time Splitters 2 Limited Edition. Let's go. Hello, my name is Thomas Grace, but my friends call me Tom. Hello, Tom. Hello there. Like many people, I was a huge fan of the game GoldenEye 007 on the N64. It was an incredibly revolutionary title, and I recommend all those who haven't checked it out to do so. I'm disappointed that there aren't many shooters this day and age that are in a style like GoldenEye was. So I joined a gaming forum and asked anybody if there was any game similar to GoldenEye out there gameplay wise. One of the first games that was recommended to me was Perfect Dark, but that didn't really interest me. But what caught my eye was when somebody mentioned a series called Time Splitters. There's particularly spiritual success to GoldenEye. I looked into the games and found out that all the games in the series, Time Splitters 2 interests me most, as a screenshot of it most reminded me of the glorious days of playing my copy of GoldenEye, mostly in its visual style. Sadly, I didn't really have any money to blow on such a thing, so I logged up and decided I would look for somebody who was maybe willing to trade one of the games in possession for Time Splitters 2. There you go, I paused it again. Yay! Fuck off, Rocket Video to that TV. This pissing me off. I decided to check out what I was in for. I should watch a walkthrough or let's play of Time Splitters 2. I watched the game's story mode in its entirety and it was very impressive looking. At that point I went to sleep. Ah, poor fella. The next day I woke up with a headache, most likely due to morning sickness, which is not at all pleasant. I turned on my laptop as my eyes slowly adjusted to the light. The familiar sight of the Windows 7 logo appeared on the screen, and I waited for the PC to finish booting up. Once on the desktop, I opened Chrome and decided back on the forum I had joined last night. Apparently, I had a private message from someone anonymously. People said, I wanted to give you something you won't forget. It sounded like spam, but curiosity got the better of mine, so I opened it. The message was pretty standard stuff for somebody looking to sell something. Something didn't sound quite right. Here's a transcript of the message. Hello, Tom. I'm in possession of a copy of Time Splitters 2, and I'm sending it to you as a gift and as a warning. The last part particularly caught me off guard. I have absolutely no idea how a video game could serve as a warning. In fact, the obscurity of the threat made me laugh out loud. Who could be threatened by a video game? Another thing that is off is that message looks like it was sent at the exact time I logged off. Although to be fair, it's probably just a coincidence. That's when the doorbell rang. I looked through the slot and saw that it was a delivery man, probably here to give me my mail. He had a box with me, and I signed off for it. On the box, the words "Time Splitters 2 Limited Edition for PS2" were written in Sharpie. This was odd to me for a number of reasons. One, usually people don't write the contents of a cardboard box on the box itself with huge lettering in what appears to be Sharpie. And number two, if that info I got from the forum was correct, nothing called Time Splitters 2 Limited Edition existed. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go to Google right now and see if Time Splitters 2 Limited Edition exists. Time Splitters 2 Limited Edition. Yep, limited edition does not exist at all. Sorry to say that, but it does not exist. What's the behind me? What's the hold on? It's there on the jacket. God damn it! No, my jacket. Oh my goodness! There you go. I fixed the jacket, and now it's not on my under my chair. Whew, okay. It was probably just a mix-up on the part of the guy who sent it, so I shrugged it off. Sometimes people just are out of it when they're tired and do things by mistake. Maybe even write something by mistake. I've done myself. Admittedly, I opened the box and revealed what happened to be a perfectly normal copy of Time Splitters 2 for the PS2, in which, for the most part, confirmed my previous suspicions that the writing on the box was simply something the seller did absent-mindedly. I took it out of the box and opened the case. Sure enough, the disc was in there. I looked at it happily, mostly because if this was anything like GoldenEye, or even just was as fun as it looked in the Let's Play, this game was going to make every moment of the next few days or even weeks quite a bit more enjoyable. I took out and hooked up my PS2 to my TV and put the disc in the tray. It booted up to the main menu. It seemed normal except the words "Closed Beta Build 5" occupied the bottom left of the main menu. This struck me as odd, but at the same time exciting, mainly because beta builds of games are rare. Even more so with closed betas. For those unfamiliar with the terminology, a closed beta is a beta that is open only to the beta testers, while an open beta, or public beta as it's called in some cases, is open to a larger group that includes non-employees of the company. Actually, before I read more of the story, I actually found a YouTuber play like the pre like beta version, or it's a beta version of Halo Combat Evolved, and it was good, and it was the same as Halo Combat Evolved, but yeah, it was like the pre-release of Halo Combat Evolved. So there's that. I forgot his name though, but if you type in Halo Combat Evolved pre-release, then you'll see the whole. I'm gonna open a new. Then you'll see what was it? Pre-release. Yeah, coming about pre-release. Yeah, if you type it in, then you see Halo CE test. Now, yeah, that's the only. Keith Richards got the CD in. He said 15 years ago on eBay, and it's no longer there anymore. So yeah, I watched his videos, and I'm still waiting for him to upload more. And yeah, if you type in Halo Combat Evolved pre-release, then you'll see Halo C Pill Bottom Part 1 of 3 as a search bar or whatever, the list. So someone's trying to call me. No, why would you even call me while I'm doing a live stream? It doesn't make any logical sense. Let's just continue. I pressed to the menu for selected things such as story, okay, challenge, etc. What struck me as particularly odd is that it didn't ask me to name a profile. For the beta, that's normal. Pokemon Ruby's beta comes to mind when the player was pre-named. I quickly went up to and selected the story mode. The cutscene from the finished game I saw in the walkthrough was there. In fact, it looked almost normal. The graphics just looked a little less polished, as it to be expected from the beta version. It's likely they buffed up the graphics later. It was a normal thing for the developers to do so that they could buff out the bugs and gameplay tweaks first and then work on graphics with what time they had left. Once the cutscene was over, I selected the only choice I had unlocked, Superior. It loaded up to reveal a wind level that for the most part looked the same as it did in the final version. A snowy military facility located near a dam. When I started up, however, I noticed a number of changes. One of them was that when the cameras located around the base spotted you, instead of making the loud and annoying squeak noise they usually do, a monitor voice said, "You've been spotted," it once and then it stopped. Otherwise, the cameras behaved normally. I made my way the made my way to the roof of the buildings as you're supposed to and dropped into one of the storage sheds. I grabbed the mines inside and headed back out to destroy the satellite on top of the largest building there. It was satisfying to see the satellite fly off the building and over the fence, where it landed in the snow. Unlike in the final game, as soon as the satellite was destroyed, I heard a loud bang. I looked to the small trench that you need to move through to get into the stairwell and advance. The door was simply destroyed. The rest of the level appeared to proceed normally until I reached the part where you release the zombies by restoring the power. Upon inserting the item needed to restore the power, a wall slid to the side, as if it were a door, revealing a passageway that was not available in the final game. From the walkthrough, at least. I walked inside, and what I saw, while not horribly out of the place, was quite unnerving. I saw a large hallway that appeared to be some kind of cell block. On every side there are locked doors. Behind them are various enemies from the game. I walked down this hallway, and as I continued to walk further, the screen got darker and darker. Inside the cells, the further I got, the more desperate the characters seemed. Some of the soldiers were begging, in English, for a reason not to my understanding, as the soldiers are Russians, for me to release them. They had weapons on the ground and were banging on the glass. Even further in, the characters weren't even alive. Some were mangled and some were zombies. Upon the screen turning completely black, it suddenly looked normal again, brightness-wise anyway. It appeared to be once more from the player's perspective, albeit I had no weapons. I was in the middle of a large rectangular room. Dried blood adorned the walls. Tables with surgical tools were lying all around the room, some next to the surgery tables with what appeared to be corpses on them. I looked around and noticed a computer terminal in the upper right corner of the room, with a chair in front of it. As I approached the chair, my character proceeded to sit down without me pressing any buttons. That's weird. Suddenly, a video played. I don't mean a cutscene, I mean a live action video. It appeared quite aged, but not too old. I guess it was taken around 1990 or so. On the screen were two surgeons in a room eerily similar to the one the character I was playing as found themselves in. They were standing next to a corpse on some kind of operating table. It was cut open and its organs were visible. Some kind of large machine was hooked up directly to this creature's heart. The creature was mostly unmoving at first, but suddenly its eyes opened and it panicked, even though it had some leather constraints holding it to the table. It tried to move about frantically. It was making loud moans and howls that sounded like the result of terrible, terrible pain. The surgeons suddenly put down their tools and looked at the camera. They started speaking in a somewhat excited tone, but I couldn't tell what they were saying, mostly because I didn't speak Russian. Even if I did, the sound of the creature moaning behind them drowned out most of what they were saying. Suddenly, the creature burst free from its constraints. It grabbed both of the surgeons, using one arm to grapple each, and started viciously tearing at them with its teeth. The surgeons fell down, clearly dead from the looks of it. They went pale and limp. The creature looked at the screen before it cut out. I thought it was over, but suddenly it cut it into the view of a large facility, one that looked identical to the one in the game, except it was real. I was almost sure that whatever was going on here was staged, but that's when it flashed up on the screen, only for a few moments. But it flashed on the screen several times like this, and I had a chance to copy it down. Is it what? What? Are these actual coordinates? I won't use it, Barbara. Oh, the actual coordinates. My life right now. Even though I'm no expert on navigation, I recognize those as coordinates. Coordinates. As the coordinates have been copied, the game shut off. A power surge occurred. Once the power was back on, I was more curious than anything, so I decided I should ask my friend to check out these coordinates. Luckily, they were already rushed at this point, so I figured I might as well. Might as well what? It just went dot there after a while. They immediately agreed to help me. That's the definition of dependability right there. The agreement probably had a lot to do with me not telling them where I actually got these coordinates from. If I told them, they'd probably brush me off and assume that I was either joking or insane, maybe both. He told me he would message me once he got there, and we could do a voice call so it would be easy for him to communicate and do things with his hands at the same time. It was 2 days later that I finally got a video call with him. He started off by telling that at these corners there was a river as some kind of dam, surrounded by a few buildings. He mentioned that it's odd, considering that his maps did not mention such a thing. He told me that since it appeared abandoned, there was probably no harm in going inside. I heard the sound of a door opening, and then his footsteps as he maneuvered around. He told me that the building appeared completely abandoned, yet all the documents, furniture, and even military equipment was still here. It's as if whoever left either did so in a hurry or did not actually care about what happened to the equipment. A bit careless. He said that he had found some kind of control room, and one of the walls was open, leading to a corridor. He told me that for him the lights were dimmer. He slowly walked down the corridor, describing to me that the cells appeared to have human skeletons in them. He assured that while this is grotesque, that kind of thing wasn't unusual, especially during the time of the Soviet Union. He continued walking and told me that it had gone completely dark when he had come to what felt like a door as soon as had said that. I heard the sound of a door opening. He let out a hearty chuckle. This reassured me that he knew what he was doing. What was he doing then? Well, getting to somewhere. He told me that the lighting in here was dimmer, but at least better than in the hallway. I heard his footsteps as he apparently walked deeper to the room. Then I heard a loud moan and howl, and the call ended. Okay, that was Time Splitters 2 Limited Edition. It was not that bad, actually. It was pretty good and pretty well made. And yeah, I'm trying. Oh my god. No. Alright, so should I read about Polybius? Or that some of you have heard about it? No. What the fuck? I didn't even click that. What the fuck? What the hell? I remember it was the Dreaming Letter that I read. It was good. It was good. It was good. Chill out. It was good. Ow. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna read one quick pasta, then I'm gonna take it like a fifth. like 15 or 20 minute break, and then I'm gonna start read again. Is it cool? Is it cool for you? Because I need to rest my voice a little bit. Okay. Okay, I'm cool. Calm down. I'm cool. I'm cool. Alright. Let's read about Polybius. Okay, there's three. What? I get confused here. No, I'm not gonna watch this video because some of you have heard about this. Some of you have watched the gameplay of it, and well, this is short. Okay. Okay. This is short, right? I'm not gonna go to the website and I'm not gonna download it, alright? Never. You might just maybe having nightmares now. That's why I never play these type of games that have some more things. Come. Okay. Let's go. Polybius is an urban legend about a rare arcade game released in 1981. The game was created by a mysterious company called Sinneslöschen, German for sense deletion, and was a puzzle slash shoot 'em up somewhat like Tempest. It was only released in a few suburbs of Portland, Oregon. It was supposed to be very, very popular, with people forming long lines to play it. However, players reported strange things about the game, such as hearing a woman crying and seeing grotesque faces out of the corner of the eyes. Players would also have nightmares, experience nausea, headaches, blackouts, or even develop amnesia. Some even committed suicide, others stopped playing video games altogether, and at least one became anti-video game activist. According to one owner of the arcade, men wearing black suits would often come to collect records from the game. They did not take any money, simply data on gameplay. Because of this, the leading theory is that it was some sort of government experiments using subliminal messages. The game remains in obscurity as around 1 month after its release, all the cabinets suddenly disappeared. One cabinet appeared in an arcade in 1998, but quickly disappeared again. While some have tried to recreate the game, no one has ever found the original ROM. And there's the game, and there's the census from as none. Okay, I'll get it back to it now. Okay, cool. Polybius experienced wiped memories. Oh, that's his own story. Let's go. Polybius experienced wiped memories. Let's go. Polybius, the haunted arcade game from 1981 in Portland, Oregon. Sounded familiar, but it's really foggy. Meanwhile, my anger issues and stuff come from this. Side effects caused by a game I feel I once played but was erased from my memory only slightly. The story is 50% true, 25% rumor, and 25% unknown. Polybius, the history. Polybius is introduced into the games in 1985. It is set to have different forms: space shooter, shooter, maze shooter, so many different game modes. It was developed by, well, there are many theories. One is that Atari made it for the CIA's MK Ultra. Another is that Shigeru Miyamoto made it. It was a maze shooter where you had to reach in the correct way to the enemies. Another and the most conclusive one is that it was made by a company called Simulation, a bad translation for sense deletion. Oblivious comes in here. The game became popular. Fights broke out. Strange side effects recorded. Months later, they all disappear. Then one reappears and then it disappears. Then another, but then a skeleton popped out. It wasn't a skeleton though. It was some cheap guy standing in one in strobe light with a Chewbacca mask. Okay, I was kind of a little bit scared there. Okay. My story, Polybius. I saw Polybius on YouTube by the video Creepy Game Polybius, Real or Fake, Season 2, Episode 2 by Sticky Paddle. I thought it was some Portal related thing or something like Portal. I was off. Later, when I saw the cabinet, I looked at the title thinking Galaga or Space Shooter or oh yeah, that one Space Shooter or whatever. It was familiar. I kind of found myself obsessed with it, finding all the info I could on it that night. I found myself led to this website, to the site's page on it. I couldn't think up any more than a description until I watched Matthew Patrick 13's game theory video, also known as the game theorist. The most interesting and educational one to me on this subject. But looking at the title of the game made me remember something. I swear I played it before. I still love gaming and all, but none of the real side effects apply to me until now. I found out that when I was 2, I had seizure. I think I had heard of games before, but when we got our PS2, I finally played a lot of the arcade classics on Namco's 20th anniversary collection. At least that's what I think it was called. Polybius might have been the cause of that seizure, and my parents and I were forced to forget it and forgot the full thing, but my mom and dad remember it as my medicine being faulty. If the medicine story is true, then oh well. But if since session or they brainwashed us, it might be something to keep up today. So, all conspiracy theories aside, there are victims of brainwashing, and some still have forgotten it, but some can remember. Okay, okay, it's your own story, bro. It's your own story, bro. You know I'm gonna read Polybius Reloaded. Oh, that's a lot of email. That's a lot of email. That's a lot of email. Oh shit! A lot of email. I'm from 2004. Hey, one from 2003. Okay. Hey, you guys got 10 seconds to read all this. Actually, I can give you. Oh, what the fuck? This. Mate! Piss off! There you go. There you go. You got like 50 seconds to read all this. Read all that? Did you? Did you really do it? Did you do it for me? Did you really do it? No, that's good. It's pretty much good. It's pretty much good for you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, Hold on, I'm checking out something. Okay, let's go. December 4th, 2003. So excited! I found the cabinet. It's in good condition, just dusty, Polybius, just as majestic cabinet, so simplistic. This will be my masterpiece. January 10th, 2004 disaster. I've been toying with the cabinet, getting it prepared. The wires are corroded. The cabinet and its contents are still intact, but I have not been able to get it to play coin operated. Now I know why. The wires leading from the mechanism to the motherboard are corroded beyond repair. Luckily, it was just one on one side. I can replace the wire, but the materials I need are expensive and scarce. Referring back to the blueprints, I found that I need silver wires. Silver, but it'll be worth it. January 15th, 2004. I've done it. The game is fully functional. Every side repainted and restored. Every wire resoldered. Every part perfect. I got my nephew to play it, and I got verified that it is original. He can't sleep. He doesn't think I know, but I do. He sneaks into my workshop at night for a fix, another round of its wonderful game. I can't wait. I just can't wait until my own addictions. additions have been added. January 20th, 2004. It's been completed. I've added in the wiring and locked the coin slot shut to prevent further tampering until my plan is on the way. I already contacted the local arcade about the cabinet. My nephew threw a huge fit when I told him he couldn't play anymore. I can't let this be traced back to me. January 23rd, 2004. He finally got over it, I think. He's much calmer now. Even though I didn't let him play, he asks about it still, like asking about a girl at school. It's cute, like he's got a crush on my cabinet. January 24th, 2004. The little bastard. He played it. He broke into my workshop and cut the lock with the bolt cutters to get into the game itself. He must have been watching me install my hardware. He played it, and when I walked in on him, he ran. I removed the power supply, and it's currently in a box under my bed. I just hope it doesn't affect him. January 26, 2004. He killed himself. Didn't leave a note, just offing himself with his shoelaces in the closet. I don't think they suspect a thing. He was a troubled kid. Didn't really have any friends. Oh, goddamn. I feel horrible. The funeral is next week. Was it because of the game? Dear God, I hope it isn't that strong. I hope this was the just final straw for him. February 12th, 2004. I never should play it myself. I was curious. So curious as to what could have caused him to kill himself. Was it that fantastic? Was it just an ecstatic feeling that one would kill himself rather than do without? I found out. I played it. The game itself wasn't too interesting, but I lost myself in the colors. Experience shapes, the beauty. I came away from the 5 minute session with a buzz, not like that of sex, but so much stronger. So much stronger that even now I'm itched to play again. I must. I don't want to, but I must. Is this how addicts feel? February 15th, 2004. I'm so near to my goal, but I don't want to give up. Give it up. It's mine. I don't care if my wife feels I'm spending too much time in my workshop. I didn't even come to bed last night. I haven't actually slept in days. I can feel my mind fraying at the edges. I should never have played it. It's mine. Never. February 21st, 2004. My wife sold the game. She sold it to the arcade that I was going to sell it off. I got so angry I hit it with a wrench. Yo, why would you do that? You're like the next generation of Chris Brown. So if I offended there. She's bleeding and she's going on the ground and she won't wake up. I'm so scared. Why did I do that? Why did she have to sell it? Why? I wish I hadn't played it. I can feel the want, the need feeling me like ants crawling into my skin. It's starting to hurt, physically hurt. I can't even go outside in the day. It's so bright, the stars so bright. Through my sunglasses, I have to go bury my wife now. I'll go to the arcade and post one soon. Yo, it's like a motherfucking Green Reaper. Sorry about that. March 2nd, 2004. It hurts, but I can handle it. I have an old friend who sold me 2 packs of a mixed drug called Arctic Content. The pain is less, but I can't make it stop unless I stop at the arcade. I noticed there was a long line at the arcade, 6 or 7 people waiting in front of me to play. At least I know I'm not suffering alone. March 5th, 2004. Mother-in-law showed up today. She hasn't heard from Molly in a few days. I told her we had a fight and she left. Not actually lied, but she bought it. She never much liked me, my Molly. She assumed she'd be back in a few months. She's done it before, and it gives me time to decide what my plan is. I just realized that the cut I'm getting from the arcade owner for the cabinet is just going right back into the cabinet. Sorry. He says I should get a cut because I brought him his most popular game. The crowd around the machine is like a crowd of addicts, tired, haggard, all with the same no expression and greedy hands when I bring them a bag of quarters. I wish I had destroyed the damn thing when my nephew had died. March 8th, 2004. The drugs had stopped working. Originally, I was just using Oxycontin to stop the pain from getting too much to bear so fast. But maybe one arcade visit every few days, but the drugs had started wearing off. Do not ever do drugs. Don't you ever do that. Do not. I am not telling a joke. This is all true, alright? If you do drugs, then you're screwed. Do not. Don't you ever do that. Please. Fuck's sake. March 10th, 2004. I talked to the owner about buying the game back, and he told me in no uncertain terms to fuck off. I told him I needed him, that he had no idea what it was like to play this game. I spilled my guts. I was going to use the programming researching my time at the Pentagon that drew people in for that experiment of the research results in Maine. I was just wanting to make a quick buck renting out an addictive game at his store and pulling in 50-50. He wasn't mad, he was just more adamant that he wanted to keep him. He didn't give me any quarters either. Greedy fuck. Why would you ever buy it back? You know what it does to you, man. It's so shit. But thank God I didn't play a game. If I did, I would have gone pretty much insane. But I would not. I would never touch it. Never. March 20th, 2004. After it again, I was at the machine, playing it when he tapped me on the shoulder and told me he was closing for the night. I wasn't finished. He tapped me harder, to push me when I learned, and I don't know what came over me. 1 second I was looking at this fat Italian, and next I was sitting on top of it with my hands around his throat. It wasn't moving. I killed him. I turned around and smashed the screen of the machine with my fist. I ripped the motherboard out and snapped it in half. I'm at the end of my rope, the pain is returning, and I can't bear it for much longer. If anyone finds this diary, make sure it goes public. I'll leave this text file open on my computer while I play a few rounds of roulette with my revolver. I'm sorry, I should never have done this. I'm coming, Molly. I hope you'll forgive me. Jesus Christ. So, I'm gonna take like a how to say 25-minute break, and I'll be back with more creepypastas to tell. Cause I'm gonna eat something, cause I need something to make me stay awake. All right. So yeah, BRB. And he's back, the man behind the mask, and he's out of control. No, seriously, I'm back. Jason's back and ready to read some creepy ass stories. Uh, yeah, I'm trying to find some couple of good creepypastas and yeah, holy shit, hey, Jesus. Um, Stream something, a couple of creepypastas. And I like you guys to join me. Huh? I'll type in that and say I'm back. So you guys would know that I'm actually back from me eating sandwiches, only one. And oh, okay. Let's see. So what the fuck? Hey Brian, I'm pretty sure some of you, by some of you I mean a lot of you, may have heard about this, but some of you didn't hear about this. I hear about some. Is it like is a myth that I still remember to this day? That is still a myth, and let's just read it. I recently spawned a new world in single player Minecraft. Wait, hold on. First of all, did I actually? Yeah, shit. Okay. Here, man. I recently respawned a new world in single player Minecraft. Everything was normal at first as I began chopping down trees and crafting weapons. I noticed something moved among the dense fog. I have a very slow computer, so I have to play with tiny render distance. Thought I was a cow, so I pressed it, hoping to grab some hides for armor. It wasn't a cow, though. Looking back at me was another character with the default skin, but his eyes were empty. I saw no name pop up, and I double checked to make sure I wasn't in multiplayer mode. He didn't stay long. He looked at me and quickly ran into the fog. A pursuit out of curiosity, but he was gone. I continued on with the game, not sure what to think. As I expanded the world, I saw things that seemed out of place for the random map generator to make two tunnels in the rocks. Small private pyramids made of sand in the ocean and groups of trees with all the leaves cut off. I would constantly think I saw the other player in the deep fog, but I never got a better look at him. I tried increasing my render distance to far whenever I thought I saw him, but to no avail. I saved the map and went on the forums to see if anyone else had found it, say the player. There were none. I created my own topic telling of the man and asking if anyone had a similar experience. The post was deleted within 5 minutes. I tried again and the topic was deleted even faster. I received a PM from user named Hero Brian containing one word, stop. When I went to look at Hero Brian's profile, the page 440. Is anyone saying 440 these days? I don't think anyone did. No clue. Okay. I received an email from another forum user. He claimed the mods can read the forum user messages, so it was safe for using email. The emailer claimed that he has seen Mysterious Player too, and had a small directory of other users who hadn't seen as well. The words were littered with obviously man-made features as well, and described their mystery play to have new pupils. About a month passed until I heard from my informant again. Some of the people I encountered the mysterious man had looked into the name Herobrine and found the name to be frequently used by Swedish gamer. After some further information gathering, it was revealed to be the brother of Notch. the game's developer. I personally emailed Notch and asked him if he had a brother. It took him a while, but he emailed me back with a very short message. I did, but he's no longer with us. Notch. I haven't seen the Mystery Man since our first encounter, and I haven't noticed any changes to the word other than my own. I was able to press print screen when I first saw him. Here's no evidence of his existence. Wait, what the hell is he? Oh, I see him. He's right there. So obviously it's fake, but it was well known. How to make a successful pasta. Step 1, Minecraft. Yeah. Some videos of someone spawning as Herobrine. You know how Herobrine has a skin and trolls some little kids. Yeah, these type of things. And that I'm not tweeted about it saying that that he doesn't do that oh, how should I say this? How the hell should I say this? I mean, it was on Twitter, and it was posted 2 or 3 years ago. Holy, oh no, I forgot who it was, but he stated that Herobrine is not real in any way, and no, I did have a brother, but what was it? I don't know the first words. What the fuck? Hold on. I have to look on YouTube. Oh yeah, so he Herobrine is not real anyway. No, he doesn't have a brother, but he has a brother-in-law. I think he said. Hold on. Top 20 gaming quick process. Oh my god. How come top 20 gaming quick process still up? I mean, it's good, and it doesn't have any censors thing since non-gaming quick pastas 2014 came up. The same as hold on, I'm trying to find it. I know it's somewhere. The fuck, no. Oh man, this is so fun, huh? Oh, here it is, here, I found it. Oh, here it is. Hereby is it real in any way? No, I never had a brother, but there's a half brother, and it comes to parties. It says, well, there's a half brother I never met, in the end parties. And he's not in the game. It was posted like in 2013 on 8th of January. So yeah, there you have it. Hereby is not real. Oh my god, that literally scared me. The fucking advisement, where is it? I swear I'm gonna rape its face. Where is it? Why do you exist? I have to get away now. Go! Repercussions of evil. Is this what? Huh. Oh my god. Now, what's the troll other people? Okay. Should I read this? I think I must. I think I must. I think I need to at least. I mean, there's no hope of it anymore. What? I doubt at least. I need to read it. Fuck it. I need to read it. John Stubber waited. The lights above him blinked and sparked out of the air. There were demons in his base. He didn't see them. but had expected them now for years. His warnings to Eternal Joseph was not listened to, and now it was too late, but far too late for now anyway. John was a space marine for 14 years. When he was young, he watched the spaceships and he said to Dad, "I want to be on ships, Daddy." Dad said, "No, you will be killed by the demons." It was a time when he believed him. Then as he got older, he stopped. Older? What? But now in the space station base of the USC, he knew there were demons. "This is Joseon," the radio cracker. You must fight the demons. So John got it, his plasma rifle and blew up the wall. "He's going to kill us," said the demons. "I will shoot at him," said the subway demon, and he fired the rocket missiles. John plasmated him and tried to blow him up. But then the ceiling fell and they were trapped and not able to escape. "No, I must kill the demons," he shouted. Rhea said, "No, John, you are the demons." And then John was a zombie. Oh my god. Oh my god. And this is anonymous password. What? One day I was watching Science Channel. I was in R9K and playing some old NES ROMs. I have a TV next to my computer monitor so I can do all of this shit at the same time. It was about 3 a.m. and I was really tired. Having already brushed my teeth and washed my face, I was about ready to go to bed. I hadn't noticed I was playing at this point. It usually ends up as background noise anyway while I do something more entertaining. What entertaining is it? I glanced over and it seemed like some shitty infomercial just started. Since it just turned 3:30, I got up to go to bed when I heard a guy on the TV saying, "Hey, you going to sleep yet? I got a great deal for you." I turned and looked back at the TV and I laughed to myself. How does he know I'm going to bed? He looked rather stressed out as he was forcing a smile. I noticed I couldn't see his hands and he wasn't using them to talk like most people do. He actually seemed to keep them behind his chair. His teeth were a dark yellow-brown color, as if they had been soaking in soda in that Mythbusters experiment. His eyes were dropped and his cheeks looked like they were paste on. He must have been in his late 70s. He was a well-dressed man, I must admit, and pinstripe suit was garnished by a red rose attached to his suit jacket. A white shirt and a black tie finished off the whole deal. The more he spoke, the less I seemed to listen, focused sleep mostly on his effect than his words. It was then I realized that the volume decreased to a near mute at this time. I went to turn it up, but my remote control wasn't having any effect on my television. It was then that he blew it out. Like, now that I have your attention, I have to get around to what I was going to tell you. At this point, I At this point, I let loose a little dribble of pee that startled me too so much. I just stared intently at the man's sunken eyes, whose pupils seemed to dominate almost all the eye, including the whites. He began his speech once again, leaving a long pause where he slowly revealed his rotten teeth again. "Now then, as you may or may not have realized that this isn't exactly cable television anymore. No, far from it. This is meant especially for you." At this point my stomach was in my toes. I was having trouble breathing. Some people refer to it as shock. There should be another word to describe the intensity of fear that I felt. "I've been watching you for a while now, as you may or may not have noticed," he spoke. "There were times where I thought you weren't ready. However, those feelings were quickly eradicated when I saw how easy it was to, how should I say, direct you." As he said this, pictures of me completing daily chores came across the screen. They started out believable enough. Me outside hanging laundry, me outside cleaning the pool, me through the window cooking dinner, me letting my girlfriend in through the front door. As they progressed, they became less realistic and more as if this man was using no clip to get through my walls. Oh my God. Pictures of me in the shower, pictures of me sleeping, pictures, pictures, pictures. They didn't seem to stop. His raspy voice repeating, direct you, over and over again. The pictures became more grim. Pictures of me inviting the neighbors into my house, pictures of them tied up, pictures of them mutilated, decapitated, limbs rendered into separate pieces. At this point, I was numb. I couldn't move. Remember now? Don't you remember your directions? You were supposed to bury them. You were supposed to get rid of them. What did you do? You simply left them there. They haven't moved since you seen the last. I refuse to believe this. It was so absurd. I had no recollection of anything like this happening. I didn't even talk to my neighbors, let alone invite them over. You did it. You did it, John, but you couldn't accept them. And that's why I'm here. That's why I had to tell you so bad. You tried to fight our demons, but you simply couldn't. They look over. They took over. I had no idea what to think. I started to shout as if the man in the TV could hear me. No! I must kill the demons, I shouted. The TV said, no, John, you are the demons. And then I was a zombie. There you have it. Are you happy for me? Ma? Dad? Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I didn't even know that this was here. That's so good. Holy shit, that was amazing. Okay, the hell is that? Turn released. It's some more gamers. I don't know if I read Pac-Man. I think I did. I don't know, I forgot. I'm gonna read it again. So yeah, this is the whole thing. Oh, you guys happy to see me read this shit? Read them all skills, paying bills. What? Pac-Man. The trip was all on schedule and everything had gone just as according to plan. Ben, Peter, Isaac, Cameron, and Paul all sat at the control deck of the ship, look over the controls to check that all was normal. It was only a few weeks until they were scheduled to make contact on Alpha Centauri. As the ship's computer told them that all systems ran well, the five went to the dining area and got their dinners. About midway through, a low buzz could be heard in the back of the ship. The kind that usually meant power failure to one of the main components. A simple fix in a day and age, so Paul got out of his seat to check it out. As he stood up, his head banged against the low lamp, creating a great sound and hurting a great deal. Paul grabbed the bottle of pills as he was leaving. The buzz became stronger and stronger as Paul got farther to the ship, higher and higher in pitch and more frequently. By the time Paul realized that what component of the failure had been in, it was too late to fix. The main airlock had failed. A tempest of sound and wind formed in the ship as all the air was being violently sucked out. It was a miracle that Paul was so near to the emergency personal assistance capsule, or PAC as it was usually called. A sort of spacesuit which delivered all necessary substances to the human body in case they are needed for very long amounts of time. So that's why he's the Pac-Man. I know. Paul grabbed it and forced his way into the emergency cabinet, which had its own airlock. He got into the spacesuit quite slowly. It slowly dawned on him that he was not alone. There was no way that the others were still alive. He decided to take the spacesuit off and open the bottle of pills. Over the next few hours, he stayed alive with the pack's food sacks, which could be opened from outside if needed. When he had taken the last of the pills, which he was taking far in excess of needing, trying to dull his senses, a sense of mania began to set in. He wanted pills. He needed pills! Paul slowly down to his suit and opened the door. The main lights had failed and the whole ship was now illuminated by the eerie krypton neon lights, which glowed a deep, rich blue. In his mania, Paul could not remember his way around the ship. All the medicine, largely in the form of various pills, were kept securely in baskets around the ship. However, the caps had been ripped off and the contents spilled out. A good portion of them stayed in the halls rather than flying out of the airlock. Paul first worked his way to the airlock, occasionally seeing something out of the corner of his eye. He found that the manual airlock closed quite easily, sliding shut securely. Not that it mattered anyway. As he turned around, he witnessed a gruesome sight. The others, all half fell into the packs which hung near the dining area. There were many sets all over the ship. They were quite near death, but someone kept alive by the packs. They all approached Paul and he ran in search of more pills. Yeah, I think this is a fan fiction. I know. And I didn't even misread some words. Yay! Uh, let's see. Let me see how long some of these creepypastas are. Oh, this looks good. Let's read that. Follow three number stations. Let's see. Someone watching. No one's watching. What the fuck? No one's even watching the stream. What the fuck? Whoa. Oh my god. I will do have a fix it. Hold on. I'm gonna finish at 4. Okay. Let's read follow three number stations. For those to see this in the future, then appreciate it. Fallout 3 contains several in-game radio stations. The most diverse and important station is Galaxy News Radio. Many players of the EU Persuasion know that you can kill Three Dog and he'll be replaced by the technician Margaret. Sorry. She's not a charismatic person and has very little to say, seeming not enjoy her new announcing duties. She also never appears in person and therefore cannot be killed. Once Three Dog is dead, you're stuck with Margaret. What most players do not know is that under certain circumstances, GNR will become a number station. A number station is a station that broadcasts an unusual coded message. Many of this exists in real life, and some hypothesize that there are nuclear retaliation and control network. Simply check Wikipedia for more information about these odd broadcasts as they relate to the real world. Back to Fallout 3. No one is really sure which actions are needed to hear number stations in Fallout 3. It appears that you must kill Three Dog, because no one has reported hearing the number station with him still alive. It also appears that you have to skip over the quest Galaxy News Radio. We have boost singing so that the station can broadcast further than just the immediate DC area. This is easy enough to do with either a speech check or simply using the follow wiki to look up where to go next and advance the main plot. Finally, you definitely have to destroy Raven Rock. This is the actual trigger to turn GNR into a number station, and it will remain such for the rest of the game. However, the vast majority of the players who perform these three actions still continue hearing the standard GNR broadcasts, so there must be several more requirements the community has yet to isolate. If you're lucky enough to have hit upon the right set of circumstances, just after destroying Raven Rock, you'll get the message radio signal lost, and a few seconds later, radio signal found. You cannot, however, actually listen to GNR just yet because you didn't boost the signal and are out of range of the broadcast at the exit of Raven Rock. Luckily, Raven Rock is situated in the mountains and is right near one of the few places outside DC that you can get high enough to catch the signal. So I had something in my throat. Okay. I have to drink water. Hold on. Oh my god. Okay. So far, the confirmed location to hear the general number signals are: number one, within the immediate DC area, obviously. This is the truth for the regular genome throughout the game. Number two is at the top of the Ferris wheel at Point Lookout. Number three is on the tops of some of the SATCOM arrays you can climb in the northwestern map area. Number four is on the roof of Tenpenny Tower, though this may be within normal broadcast range anyway. Feel free to playtest and get back to me on this. Number five is on the highest point of the broken bridge around Arifu. Again, maybe within broadcast range anyway. And finally, number six, on some of the highest points of the mountain tops in the area near Ray Rock. This is obviously your easiest chance to first listen to the number station. When you tune in, you will hear an unfamiliar voice, Three Dog, despite the fact that you killed him earlier. However, you will quickly notice that he does not seem to be in character, so I guess it's not technically Three Dog, but just the voice actor Eric Dellums. He reads a series of numbers in a monotone, depressed sounding voice. He always recites a list of single digits between 9 and 12 characters long. For example, 93791720034. He never uses a multi-digit number like 11 or 40. These numbers are followed by a widely varying length of Morse code. This is then followed by some "I don't want to set the world on fire." All other music tracks seem to be enacted on the number station. The Morse code was the easiest part of the mystery to crack, as the code is widely available and many people actually know it by heart. He quickly had a list of a great number of messages in English, some sounded completely modern and even comical, such as "Watch the car today, maybe Chinese for dinner," or "Have you watched my YouTube video yet? I'll upload it myself kicking bombs in the nuts." You may be saying, but wait, YouTube doesn't exist in the Fallout universe. And you're right. As far as we could tell, all the messages sounded like they were based in our reality somewhere near present day. Some of the messages, however, are quite sinister, such as "The Queen has died today, the world mourns, as on days like these we're all Brits," or "I can't believe they've actually done it, not long left, the noise, I can't take the noise anymore, I have a pistol in the attic." Just recently, a player on the wiki forums noticed a message that brought to light the meaning of the messages. He was reading a thread that collected all known messages, transposed from Morse to English. I saw the line 120552822010. What are they talking about? You will be missed. He realized this referred to the recent death of Gary Coleman, and he quickly realized the numbers were the time and date of death. He immediately scanned through the messages to try and find more examples of this apparent future telling by a game that's more than a year old. The next message he read shocked him and pushed him to enlist the aid of the others to decipher the codes. The message was 9454202010. Accident in the Gulf, several dead. Oil spill apparently averted. He realized this was the BP explosion and the owner's day one assessment that the well was not leaking. This point on, all the numbers will be transcribed at times and dates. All times were given in game in military format and remain so in this document. Numerous members of the Fallout Wiki message board began looking over the messages to see what else we could learn. We quickly found that most of the dates were after the game had been released, yet all is somewhere from the past. 2215-415-1865, or 10:15 a.m. or 2215, April 15, 1865. Instead, a plane will probably be placed on the actor booth. Johnson better not cheat me out of the payment. This shed new doubt on the official version of the Lincoln assassination. As the community quickly started peeling up interpretations of the messages, the mods of the site summoned banned everyone who had posted them or even read the thread. A reference to the number station was moved from wiki and filtering software was put in place to prevent reposting of any relevant information. A few people, however, are turning emails and slowly finishing the translation of the remaining messages and putting dates to existing ones. The Queen has died today. The world mourns, as on days like these for all Brits. 4 to March 19, 2014. It didn't happen. Have you watched my YouTube video yet? I'll put myself kicking bombs in the nuts. 12:16 a.m. December 24th, 2012. I can't believe Britney's actually won an Oscar. 9:33 p.m. February 27th, 2023. We'll see about that. I can't believe they actually done it. Not long left. They were warned, but they did just have to keep pushing the boundaries of science. The noise. I can't take the noise anymore. And like, dear God, the universe is slowly unraveling around us. I'm not going to wait for their death. I have a pistol in the attic. This is actually the only message not preceded by a string of numbers. It may be worth nothing that the latest date of any of the messages is 1:27 a.m. July 6, 2027. What the fuck? Okay. Um, it feels like it's not a stream anymore. It feels like I'm constantly reading some creepypastas for you guys. But oh well. Oh, is there anything on? Youch. Is there anything on? Um, Suicide mouse? Should I take that? And also, what's his name? Uh, okay. But what's cancelled? Hold on. So, oh my god. So, hold on. I'm trying to think of something. What creepypasta I should read before it's straight to someone in a game is Wikia, which contains creepypastas fully loaded. uh, should we take? Yeah, I think we should take misfortune.gp. Misfortune.gp. Okay, let's go. Misfortune.gp. Misfortune is an obscure game for the original Game Boy. Since no known hard copies or ROMs exist, all information about the game is derived from personal accounts and the scanned exemplars of screenshots. The game does not contain any credits, and whoever credited it is still unknown to this day. The few people who have experienced it consider it to be one of the scariest video games ever made. Given its age and cult following among rare horror game enthusiasts, it's not possible that authors of widely known creepypastas such as Sonic the Exit and Lavender Town Syndrome drew inspiration from misfortune. Story content. The player controls what appears to be a young boy in a strange gothic building. After brief exploring, the player is confronted by a malevolent being, despite the character never identified itself. Some people see notable similarities, claiming they may be a representation of format, Beelzebub, or even the devil. But upon meeting the mysterious creature, I thought that box would paper text. I exist within the very fabric of reality. Do you want to challenge me? This is followed by a yes or no choice. Should the, should the player choose yes, the being implies, then let's begin. Gameplay. The player is then transported up a series of maze-like rooms, each filled with pit traps, locked doors, keys, and traps. The objective for a player is to progress through each room by either reaching the stairs to the next level or solving another kind of puzzle. This can include answering riddles or choosing correct doors or pathways. The most well-known example is in a level where four small cabins are shown on the screen. A dialog box will appear that reads, "Choose wrong and misfortune will befall your loved ones. Are you ready to play?" Should a player ever make a mistake throughout the game, the screen will cut to black before showing a more detailed image of the demon along with dialogue about reading. I have got here what appears to be blood-style drawing. Alleged side effects. Rumors pertaining to the game's alleged harmful effects began to surface on the internet around the late 1990s. Players claimed to have begun experiencing an ongoing depression and dread shortly after losing and seeing the game over screen. Once prominent members of online forums who told such claims are thought to have died or disappeared when they suddenly became inactive without warning. Heated discussions soon dominated these forums for some time, but the mystery never seemed to be getting any closer to being solved. Some wrote the whole thing off as a tasteless practical joke. Others believed that viewing things of the hero character after losing the game can really cause the player to experience misfortune as the game's antagonist promised. Soon people began to speculate that the eerie soundtrack of the game was the cause. Soundtrack. The music in the game consisted of deep, buzzy tones, off-key melodies. The game had a remarkably unsettling soundtrack despite composition being limited to the 8-bit Game Boy soundtrack. Hold on one second. Hold on just a second. It happened every time. Not this time, bitch. You freeze forever. Huh. Okay. Anything? Anything? Okay. The Game Boy screen had especially erratic, almost nauseating music with a very high frequency that accompanied it. Rumor has it that this very track could somehow influence moods and thought patterns. Of all the tracks in the game, only the theme that plays when first meeting the demonic entity can be found on the internet today. Availability. Searching for playable ROMs or cartridges online is futile because none exist. In fact, most of those who have played it directly hadn't sought out looking for it, but rather stumbled upon it by accident. According to a first-hand accounts, certain copies of various Game Boy titles contain misfortune in its entirely. The means for accessing it through these games vary, but typically involve exploiting glitches or using cheating devices. Although some had detailed what they had done to trigger misfortune to start, attempts by others using the game same methods had always failed. Another common observation was that many of the sprites in Misfortune had been copied from its host games. Misfortune is known to be integrated in the following: Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening, Pokemon Red, Spark's Adventure, Pochi Karat, and Atari, and the Japanese version of Atari Marie, or rather, it's only a Japanese game for Game Boy. Okay. Closing thoughts. For this section, I'm going to be speaking to you a lot less particularly and a lot more personally. It's important you read this part. I heard something. heard something. Yo, I swear that I heard something. Well, let me just stop right there. I'm gonna continue. Wait, hold on. Hold on just 1 second. I swear to God, I heard something. Okay, I'm gonna continue. Now, is the game really cursed? Does the specter really bite within and snare the innocent in instead of the game? Who knows? But I do know that the game definitely exists. I also know what it can do. I never played it myself, you see, but I knew someone who did. A good friend of mine. Actually, we were closer than brothers, and we told each other everything. He was the most enthusiastic, outgoing guy I've ever met, and like me, he was really into games. Sure enough, one day he told me that he found a spooky new game hidden in Pokemon. He showed it to me, and even back then it gave me an old feeling. Though, to be fair, I was always easily scared. Soon after, he started talking less and less. Later, he either ignored my calls or told me he was sick or busy. When I invited him out, he became something of a recluse. I did still sometimes get to see him at high school, but he rarely spoke and snapped at me when I cried too much over why he was acting that way. About a month later, before I got off the train at the school, he said goodbye for the first time in weeks. I'll never forget the look he gave me that day. He was the macho, nothing gets to me type of guy, and he always masked his emotion really well. But now he had a face filled with grief, like he was about to cry. He made a promise in one thing before he left. Then I played that game. That was the last time we spoke. The next morning, they found his scratched and bloody corpse hanging from his December weight machine. The police concluded that he managed to lift 220 pounds of weights over his head with the cord still attached, looped it around his neck, and released it over the other side of the machine, causing a strangulation as the weight of the other side yanked him upwards. The most horrible detail was that he was found with his hands clutching the inside of the makeshift noose as he was trying to tug the noose. That was it. The case was closed. Personally, I don't believe that's what happened. If your collector perhaps just heard the legend and want to experience the game for itself, you should reconsider. Even if you deny the existence of demons and curses, the misfortune that will befall you is very real. You have been warned. Oh, okay. No, yeah. Hold on. Where's this? Mm, okay. Fancy something. Okay. Now, the ROM hack is out, and I don't know how to get it, but I watched the video on YouTube. Yeah, and yeah, so let's Reads like creepypastas which was posted. Oh no, hold on. Categories. You always need categories, guys. Always need them. Mate. Okay, let's some. Now remember that I read Metroid Mother? Okay. Ooh, I found its first creepypasta. Oh shit. Are you kidding me? Okay. Okay. Is this supposed to be like it was named like the whole game itself for the first one? Okay. I don't know. It seems what? What the fuck? It's a, what? Impossible. Pokemon Obsidian Black. I don't know. Try to find those creepypastas that someone in gamers have read. Um, mate. Luigi! I'm coming for you, mate. Earthbound COTA. What does that mean? Is it Curse of the Ancients? Crypt of the Ancients. Okay. Crypt, alright? Crypt. Alright, let's do this, I guess. Already using my stream right now at this moment. At this moment right now, are we still live ahead, May 9? No way I'm first. That's myself, mate. The first comment, which was 2 hours ago. Okay. Yeah, let's read Earthbound, Crypt of the Ancients. Back in the 80s and 90s, I wasn't really a fan of video games. In fact, I would often say no to my friends when they asked me to come over and play Contra, Super Mario Bros., or what have you. This often made me think I was rather strange. I didn't much care though. All the games that I played up to that point were all the same. You play some overpowered guys who goes around killing strange enemies, big group. However, on June 5th, 1995, my friend Victor told me about a game he thought even I would enjoy as it was different from everything else ever released. It was summer. I was out of school and didn't really have much going on other than work, which I only did part time because I was only 15. So I said, what the heck? I agreed to go over and play it at Victor's house. The game was Earthbound, of course, and I started playing by making new files as you would with any game. Immediately, I got a kick out of it just by the character creation menu. For those who have not played it, if you don't care about what you want to name your characters or abilities, you can actually pick up an option called Don't Care. I thought this was funny, but I decided to name the character Kirk, as that was my favorite character from the TV show Star Trek. Okay. After I started the game, I played it for about an hour because I really got into it. After that, though, I decided to go home and eat dinner because I left though. Victor told me that I could borrow his NES and play Earthbound because he was going away on vacation for a month in Florida. I was very happy because, as previously stated, I didn't much care for other video games, so I didn't have any consoles except for an Atari 2600. My dad wouldn't let me play it though. It was just for him. Well, that's a very bad parenting. He doesn't even want to let you play it. What? After hooking up the SNES to the TV in my room, I would play the game for hours, and then when I would get home from work, it, be- it became my favorite pastime other than watching Star Trek. It took me about 3 weeks, but I finally beat the game. I was happy but also a bit sad because I realized that Earthbound was the only game that I enjoyed. I decided to play it one last time, though, before I took it and the NES back to Victor's house. We went up the older game though, because Earthbound Beginnings was released under E3. Yeah, I think it was under the Nintendo's press conference that the Earthbound Beginnings was released, which is the American version of Mother 1, and Mother 2 is the Japanese version of Earthbound, and we're still demanding, right? Still demanding for Mother 3 American version. It's gonna say Earthbound something, I don't know. Earthbound Outstand, Earthbound whatever. However, it was Nintendo's idea, right? Making Mother 3. And Saul made a ROM hack out of it. It's the English version and translated all of it. So yeah. Let's continue. I got home from work the day after to learn that my dad accidentally stepped on the game and broke it while I was working because he was up in my room putting clean laundry on my bed for me to put away. He was very sorry and upset. I told him that it was okay because it was just an accident. That cheered him up. But inside, I was afraid that Victor would find out and kill me. As luck would have it, though, the commercial continued that night. The Versus Video Game Store that fixes broken game cartridges, cartridges for only $10. I nearly jumped through the ceiling with joy when I saw it and immediately penciled down the address of the store. The name of the store was Robot City Games. I went there the next day after work. The place was like every gamer's dream. It had an arcade, board games, video games, card games, and a stadium commercial that fixed broken games. I went to the man behind the counter, named Bill. I'm Bill. Who told me that if I left the game there overnight, I could pick it up tomorrow. I paid him the $10, bought a pack of Magic the Gathering cards, and left. I was just happy that they were going to fix Victor's game. I would have hated to pay $50 for a new game. Games these days, what the hell? I went to pick up the game next day. But instead of being behind the corner, it was a man named Joss. I asked Joss about the game, and he told me that he never seen a copy of Earthbound or the name Nick Jackson, my name. He made customs list. I was a little upset about this and asked if he could check with Billy about that, as I was the man I spoke with. He gave me a puzzled look and told me there was not such a man that worked that wrote City games. He said he will look into it though, and asked me for my number so he would call me about anything that came up. You son of a bitch. 3 days later, when I got home from work, my dad told me that he got called from the store about my game being there. I immediately jumped out on my bike and got over there as fast as it would take me. When I finally got to the store, a man named Ted was behind the corner. He said, "You Nick Jackson?" I told him yes, and he said, "Hey pal, this came in for you this morning." He reached under the counter and pulled out a copy of Earthbound. I thanked him and immediately went home to go play before returning it to Victor. I wish I could say I should have returned it to Victor at that point, but I can't say now that I'm not glad I didn't. I went home and put Earthbound, what about spelling, Earthbound, into the SNES and loaded up a new save file. The game played, absorbed it normal until I go to Tunnel 3. I got to the part where you have to follow the lady into the hotel to get captured by the zombies. That's when things got different. First off, you don't hear the normal sounding goofy 8-bit noises you hear during a scene, but rather a series of what sounded like punches, groans of pain, and ropes tying as the screen went black. That was a little strange to me and caught me off guard. After the screen faded back in, Nez and Paula weren't seen standing around in a hole like normal, but rather they were bound up in ropes, sitting back on the ground. There was a silence for a moment, and then the background faded to black as the camera zoomed in on Paula. She used the telekinesis powers to talk to Jeff, but this time she had a slightly different dialogue. Instead of her normal help us speech, she said, "Jeff, I know you can hear me. Please hurry to us, or they'll kill us. Jeff, go south to Town 3. Jeff, please, I don't want to die." I knew something was messed up here. This was definitely not a part of the game, nor do I think it was even supposed to be part of the game. However, I was curious to see what would happen next, so I continued. The game played as normal with Jeff in his school until you get to the lockers where you use the bad key machine. I opened up the locker where you normally get your first gun, but instead of obtaining the pump gun, I obtained the Desert Eagle. Whoa! Jesus Christ. I actually thought that was pretty cool, so I didn't really pay much attention to that. What happened next was kind of messed up. Tony got in front of the gate, and instead of his normal goodbye speech, he said, "If they're suffering as bad as you think they are, off them. But in any case, get back to me ASAP so that we can get back to our usual plan of fun." Touched Jeff's arm. This actually made me question if I should immediately go back to the store and inquire about these occurrences. I decided to finish the game though, to see if I was missing out of anything. I went to the store, picked up Bubble Monkey, and got to where you find your first enemy, the Gruff Goat, and engaged him. I used the attack option and the game said, "Jeff fighted this eagle. Gruff Goat has been killed." The battle was over, and when the battle screen exited, all the music stopped and it showed Bubble Monkey looking at Jeff for a couple of seconds. What? Then a screen came up that said, "Bubble Monkey gave you a sad look." The music then came back and I was allowed to play again. I stared at the screen for a second, but then decided I had to finish the game. This was too weird for me to just forget about it. Wall balls. Freaking balls of cock! Sorry. Uh-huh. I got to the part where you found testing the water to take you to the other island. Surprisingly, that happened like normal. Nothing offbeat about it. Everything is fine until I ran into a rolling mouse at the end of the brick road dungeon. I selected the type, but a text box came up that said, "Bubble Monkey asked you not to kill the rolling mouse. Will you agree to flee?" I was in shock, but I picked yes, because I wanted to see what happened. And then the text box came up that said, "Bubble Monkey thanks you and you get away successfully." Yo, I thought it was sad for killing the goat, And now it's not sad for killing the mouse. What even is this? Huh? This is so weird. This is some OG ass bullshit. Yeah. I got to the end of the cave. I got to the end of the cave at the end when I walked outside. Normally, this is where a bubble monkey leaves you, but instead I was immediately attacked by a cave boy. I entered the battle and selected attack. The same text box asking me not to kill the enemy came up again. This time I said no. The game said I jet fight again, but bubble monkey jumped in the way. Bubble monkey was killed. The cave monkey was gravely injured and fled. What the hell? The overworld came back and music changed, not to the Winter's theme though, to the 3D theme. The sprite for the cave boy disappeared, but the bummer monkey sprite lay face down on the ground. The text box came up after the week read, "You killed the monkey, but don't feel bad, he was useless anyway." No! Are you serious? Oh my god. The old thing with Dr. Adonuts played out like normal. His name is Adonuts? Adonuts. What? I got into the Skyrunner and went to 3. It's funny though because the music never stopped playing the 3 theme. Even while I was in the lab in Skyrunner, that theme played. I got to 3 and found Ness and Paula bound up. Paula begged Jeff to release them, and he gave me two options, release or kill. I figured that if I really did kill them, it would be a game over. And since that Paula seen options seemed really stupid anyway, I released them. I said, Paula, what am I doing? They got up and Paula went over to Jeff and the text box said, Paula hugged Jeff. However, Ness just swung over to the corner and stood there. His music slowly changed to what sounded like very deep toned whispers. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, real nice. It's checked in and it's, yeah, amazing. Cool. You're cool, Mr. Crawler. 1991. 19, let Mr. Kwan 1991 is going to watch. Well, thank you very much. What was that? Well, there I was. After that, something happened that I really did not expect. A long pair of 60-bit claw hands popped up out of the wall behind Ness and slowly grabbed him as the whispers grew louder and louder. Jeff stood just as Jeff's. Je- Hmm. Jeff just stood still, but Paul said, "Stop! Why are you taking him?" The game was still for about a minute until the whispers started becoming understandable. Just keep repeating, "The crypt, the crypt, the crypt." After that, Ness just faded through the wall and the game went silent yet again. Jeff said to Paula, "We can get through this and save Ness, but we have to stop Gygas. He is behind this. It's the only way." After that, I finally regained control of the game and left the graveyard. Gameplay as normal with the exception of much higher difficulty due to Ness's absence. Some dialogue changing with NPCs that question or noted the absence of Ness until I got to where you get to smooth training. We normally pass and go to Eagle Land afterward. The weird ghost thing said to Pooh, "Yeah, prove that you're selfish, too afraid to lose that which is precious to you, and too afraid to die. One such as it truly belongs in the crypt." This was the second mention of that crypt. I was hoping that eventually I would get out and find out what it was. Anyway, the alarm faded back into view as the music changed to whispers of the graveyard where Ness got pulled away and the giant claw hand slowly came out of the ground as Pooh was pulled under. The game faded back to Paula and Jeff and let me play again. I said to myself, "No, this is bullshit. The game is going to be the way too hard without Ness or Pooh." That's what he said to himself. You're welcome. I swear Never mind. I pulled myself together though. I kept playing until I got to where you get the last sanctuary location. Then I realized, wait, if there's no nest, what is going to happen with Magickin? Well, nothing happened. I got the 8th sanctuary location. The game played like normal till I got to the Gygus. Let me tell you that without nest. It was not easy to do, but I finally beat him. When I did beat him though, I was upset at first because I thought that the game was just going to end like that. I was wrong. Paula and Jeff woke up in their robot forms outside of Gygas' lair. A text box came up that said, "Escape." Jaw-claw hands started coming out of the chasm in the cave of time and started swiping towards Jeff and Paula. I tried to see if maybe the game altered so that I could use the face distorter to get out, but I never got that chance. One of the hands touched me and the game froze for about 30 seconds with no music or sound or anything. A short cutscene ensued that depicted Jeff Paul being dragged down into the hole. A deep voice echoed that said, "You may have defeated Gaius, but now you have fulfilled your only purpose." You play a dangerous game and join friends in the Crypt of the Ancients. Crypt of the Ancients? What is that? I soon found out. The screen cut into a narrow hallway which consisted of light green stone flooring, light green stone walls, and cages lining the walls. Some of the cages had skeletal or rotting appendages sticking out of them. There was music playing that I can't even describe. It was very creepy though. This was probably the most incredible thing I ever heard of nor seen in any game I had ever been known about. Yeah, I heard something. I think my mom went to the bathroom. I don't know. It's getting too weird. I do shit. And yeah. Am I even live streaming now? Yeah, I'm still doing it. Excellent. Okay. Oh, okay. We can still continue right now. Um. Anyway, I walked down the hallway for what seemed like 2 minutes, but was probably shorter, and then finally found something. It was a room containing 4 doors. There were signs above each of the doors. The signs read as follows: Cage of Fear, Cage of Helplessness, Cage of Science, and Cage of Evil. I decided to just pick a random one, so I went into the one that said Cage of Science. When I walked in, I saw a skeleton with Ness's hat unchained to the stone wall. The same deep voice from earlier started speaking, not the text, but the actual talking. It said, "This rock was deemed untrustworthy and too quiet. We, the ancients, have condemned him to live on in the skeletal form, in the cage of silence, never to speak, hear, or see anything again. Lives on, but pure nothingness." I was then teleported back to the room with the doors. The room labeled Cage of Silence disappeared, and I was left to pick another one. I chose the Cage of Fear. Inside was the same as the Cage of Science, but with Pooh chained to the wall instead of Ness. He looked normal, but with his eyes wide open in expression of pure terror. Again, we the ancients had deemed this one weak, pathetic, and cowardly. Oh, okay. Again. Ah, oh my god, hold on. Man. We the ancients had deemed this one weak, pathetic, and cowardly. He is doomed to the eternity of the endless fear with his own mind. Again, I was teleported back to the room with the gates of fear disappearing, down to 2. I went to the door labeled Cage of Evil next. As I walked in, the music stopped, the screen cut to black. When it faded back in, Jeff was chained to the wall with vultures picking away at him. The voice came back and said, "We the ancients deem this one evil in nature, using his weapons to kill those who he no longer has need of. He will live in eternal pain, suffering, and torture in the cage of evil." Back to the outside room. The last door. The cage of helplessness. The music stopped and the voice cut back in and said, We the ancients deem you innocent of all you endured on your long journey. We shall allow you, Paula, to return to your family, knowing you failed your friends and could not save them. Be gone. I was instantly teleported back to the Polestar preschool. I went outside and saw Paula's parents. They saw her and told her how much they missed her, and then the screen cut to black. After about 30 seconds, the voice from the crypt said, "Lead a life of purity, bravery, helpfulness, and trust, lest you suffer eternity in the crypt of the ancients." Beginning to shut itself off and let me stare at the screen in disbelief. 3 weeks later, Victor returned and I returned his game and SNES to him, babbling about what happened. He told me I was crazy and asked me for proof. I put in the game in SNES and put it up. My save file was gone. I was shocked. I told him to make a new file and play the game all the way through. 4 days later, he called me and told me he beat the game. I asked what he thought, and as I'm sure all of you reading this expecting, he said nothing out of the ordinary happened. I didn't try to press the matter any further and didn't feel like arguing my case. So I simply told him it was a joke and left it at that. This sure was a crazy experience, an experience that I only know, and one that I'll likely never forget. Humboldt Gaming. Okay, okay. So that was done with that, and I'm gonna read a couple more before I stop. Hackbound. I what? Okay. Oh, it's gone. Oh, god damn it. Someone against read that, and then now it's gone. Jesus. Hackbound. Let's go, I guess. I'm a collector of assorted hacks and bootlegs of video games. This is a portion of my journal about the strange and exciting oddities of gaming. I write again because with another hack game I came upon, this time a hacked Earthbound cartridge. From my previous encounter with Slenderman the game, I felt a little uneasy of buying another cartridge, but since it was near Halloween, I decided to buy one to see what it's like. It happened to be a hacked Earthbound and a normal Earthbound card at a local flea market. Green Dragon. The store I always go to for hacked games had a few Earthbound hacks for me. One had a low quality scan label on it, another had a sticker on it named Winterbound, and the last was the most interesting. The bootleg was on a blank SNES cartridge with a smudged word Earthbound written in the red Sharpie. The seller said he couldn't get the game to work due to lockout. However, for what he was told by the previous owner, this cartridge contained. He wrote contained twice. Just say contained once. This cartridge contained a rather nice hack with some eerie stuff in it. Seemed fitting from a Halloween game, so I thought the bootleg pack for $8 and the game for $50. I was able to get it cheap because one seller had to get rid of his SNES games faster than a reseller, who would usually inhale games like they were his substances. Was that sick that day? Does he even do English? I mean, it says substances. It needs to say substances, right? Yeah. Inhale my inhale my darling Rachel child. No. When I brought the games home, the SNES first locked out the hack cartridge. To counter this, I made a cartridge specialized to bypass the lockout chip from my hacked games. I succeeded and was greeted by the game's intro, which was unchanged. After starting a new game, I was burning houses, heard 16-beat streaks, and the music to the stunning CD's boss battles. Yeah, that creepy song, which was somehow sampled to play on the SNES. The story said this: in 1990s, in a 1990X, obviously it's like 1995, 4, 3, 2, 1, I don't know. In 1990X, in a small town in America, the evil demon Gygus has been unleashed. He destroyed the town and soon spread throughout the land. The only one left alive was a small boy named Ness. However, Gygus had something in store for him in the near future. The player starts as Ness, awakening to the sight of his half-destroyed house. As I walked to the door, a text box appeared. It is quiet except for the sound of burning wood. Something has happened to your family, your friends, your town, and soon you. Get dressed and leave. Quickly! The screen faded out and into Ness, now dressed with his clothes slightly shorn. I navigated through the wreckage of the house and stumbled into the sister's room. There I found a present with the item Red Bat. I equipped it and realized that the present was next to a jumpable sprite of Ness' sister. Okay. The body, from what I could tell, looked bitten and scratched as if by some animals. The bat was clearly used to fend off the attacker. I saw a trail of pixelated red paw prints leading out the door and followed it downstairs. There I found the bodies of Nessa's mom and her dog King, who looked rabid as if he was beaten with a blunt object. Ness's mom looked the same as Ness's sister did, torn up from bite marks and scratches. It was obviously what happened. Ness was frozen in place, staring at the mess. For at least a minute before I was given control again, then I noticed the music. It was the Onet theme in reverse with occasional changes in pitches and speed. The song continued through both Ness's house and in Onet. The scene was both sad and eerie at the same time, making me to start to feel a little depressed. This hacker sure does know how to put in a mood. I'll come to that aloud. I hope the rest of the story gets even more twisted. I was waiting for what was yet to come. Searching around the area of Ness's house and Annette, I noticed Pokey's house was completely gone as if it didn't exist. Also, the treasure hunter's house was destroyed with his burned dead body nearby. At the top of the hill there was no meteorite, but instead a burning tree with several dead bodies around. After finding little in Onet except for the dead mayor and the empty hospital, I went to Tucson and could only find these few spiteful crows that gave me only 2 to 3 experience points when I defeated them. Also, instead of the 60-bit sprite of the cow, the hacker used the 8-bit sprite from the original Mother on the Famicom instead. Yeah, Famicom, for those who don't know, is a Japanese NES Famicom computer, only available in Japan in the mid to late 80s. So, for those who have it in America, congratulations, I must say. Is that how you spell it on Famicom? Famicom. Famicom stands for Family Computer. Only available in Japan. It was available first before the original NES. So yeah, let's see. The sprite that originally had a cigarette in its hand, wing. Hand wing, hand wing, hand wing. The music changed to Chooson's theme, still playing in reverse with occasional pitch shifting like in a net theme. In the town, the only noticeable difference was that there were less dead bodies than in Annette, implying that this destruction was spread slowly. After I started advancing through to the next town, I noticed that there was less and less destruction until the game looked normal again. The only thing was that I was underpowered and still had no companions. In fact, there were no companions. They had been erased from the plot entirely. Well, god damn it. Almost at the end, guys. When I got to the summer, everyone was noticeably gloomy. The runaway five were getting ready to leave the town and set an end. Run, drive, swing, don't, stop, ignored from left to right. After this point, some NPCs were telling us strange things like, "You're running out of time and you're too slow, you kill us all." So I left the summer as soon as I could without having to do any quests. In fact, all I had to do was walk directly to the end. As the game progresses, things became drearier. There was a sense of impending doom. The music tracks progressively became more depressing the further into the game I went and the colors started to fade into black and white. The sprites had more and more depressing facial expressions as well. By the time I made it to Saturn Valley, the game was completely in black and white. The music was also in reverse and slowed down. Mr. Saturn was frowning and almost crying with his antenna dropping. When I tried to interact with him, he said nothing. Then it was time to go back in time as a robot. When I entered Gygas's lair, I noticed that my robot looked worn and beat. When I entered the boss room, Pokey, instead of saying his usual snide remarks, sent Gygas right away and then disappeared. While fighting Gygas, he said more than just his usual dialogue. He quote, "You have no help, no friends, no family, no prayers." I was on level 3, which came after 4 hours of getting petty amounts of experience points from spiteful crows. I had no chance instead of the retry screen as cutscene appeared of the earth being turned to fire. A caption below read that, which translated out to "Look what you have caused. If it if it hadn't been for you, Ness would have made it." Before cutting to black with the text, "Too slow." Just as I thought this was the end, the loud 16-bit screen emitted from the TV as an image of a mutilated face of Ness appeared with the caption, "Your fault," before cutting to black. After nothing happened after a minute, I shut the console off. I realized that the end was supposed to evoke terror through guilt and empathy. Even after years of having some sorts of emotions desensitized through violent, gory video games, I still felt a bit depressed. However, the feeling lasted no more than a week. The game is now in my personal collection. I have no intention of playing it anytime soon, although it is the most intriguing piece of my collection. That was Earthbound, alright. You're too slow. Sorry. Motion. Terror Lane released. What, part 1? Are you serious? Are there. What? Is there part 2 of this? It doesn't say it! Oh my god. My god. What about Agent Wamp? like agent. Okay. Can I type in agent one? And I can't. Wait, did I press? Oh no, I pressed it. What the fuck? What the? Oh my god. I didn't press anything. When I pressed like backspace and enter, it will whole way back. What the hell? Did you guys see that? I was about to type in agent wamp. Okay, that's what happened. Apparently that happened. Jesus. Is there gonna be? There he is. Okay, good. Nice. But did you say that his story was completely changed? I think he did, so mate. I was hoping like, will there ever be part two? And then it was just like, no answer to it. I don't know. No, I don't think so. Nah, this is too much. It don't look at Pokemon. I haven't seen someone read it before. I haven't even read it myself. Okay. So this is a theory pasta. Yay! I think. The duck look at Pokemon. I went close to him. My phone. On the furthest strength of the sun. Okay. I'm supposed to see that guy something on the phone. I pressed the wrong app, mate. I pressed the wrong app. No, 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 no. If you wanted the Jumanji remake, then how should we do it? And some actor refuses, and he won't do. He won't. I don't know. I need to drink some water because I think this story might be a little intense. Ah, I'll be the first to tell you that I find most Pokemon creepypastas and theories to be too widespread and abundant. But a revelation I had a few weeks back has been eating at me, and I need to say something about it. Recall, if you will, the Pokemon original Pokemon film, the first feature-length film featuring the legendary Pokemon Mewtwo. At the end of the movie, though cut in the original American release, we are greeted with the origin story of the powerful physic Pokemon and how it was created as a living war weapon for Giovanni Sakaki, the leader of Team Rocket as well as Viridian City gym leader. Mewtwo was a clone of the extant Easton He's extinct. 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 You mean he's extinct? Or how to say it? He's extinct. He's extinct. He's extinct. Extinct. Yo, why is this thing on? Extinct. He's extinct. So he's extinct, mate. Okay, so extinct. Apparently there's a word called extinct. Extinct. I'm not gonna get confused, so let's just continue and move on. Mewtwo was a clone of the extinct Pokemon Mew that was genetically modified so that it could survive the cloning process. I'm sure most of you who are familiar with Pokemon know the rest of the film, but regardless, it's the first part I want to focus on. I never watched the Pokemon movie. I never did, but I watched a little bit of Pokemon 3, and I only watched the beginning, so okay. Why? Because there is something frightening about Mewtwo. This is merely fan speculation and theory, and mind you. However, if you put what I present to you into the context of Pokemon, it's hard to deny it. Let's say for a moment that Dr. Fuji, the scientist clone Mewtwo, which is this mate right here, had found the DNA of something else, something that was meant to stay dead. The ancient temple where he found the Mew sample was located on speculation, Birth Island, said to be where all Pokemon originated from. The temple where the sample was found was said to be 10,000 years old, and its purposes were unknown. Before continuing, I want to discuss where this theory is going. This is one part theory, one part alternative reality, one part crossover. Bear this in mind. I don't know if any of this is true, but if it is, it will give fans of the Pokeverse something to think of. Now, Mew is supposed to be the most powerful Pokemon on Earth, supposedly having all of the powers and DNA of all existing Pokemon, allowing it to transform and use the abilities at will in addition to its own physical powers. However, Mew are depicted as childlike creatures of innocence which do not engage in battle or confrontation. So having such destructive powers seems unnecessary, don't you think? So what will happen, hypothetically, if a Mew became enraged, filled with pure anger and hate? What will happen? Now, let's go for a minute. Let's address the first part of this. Why would such a dull-kill and lovely creature possess such dangerous and devastating power? This takes us to a theory that Pokemon are originally aliens from space that were brought by a meteor or something. Keep this in mind for the rest of this, please. Now, it isn't too far-fetched to think that if they're in fact aliens, what if they are so interdimensional? What if, in an alternative reality, a certain alien being was abandoned on a young world, a creature possessing tremendous power that could enslave all life and dominate the will of any who are of a dark mindset? What if Pokemon were created by this entity to conquer the world it is trapped on? What if, however, that this power, who in other dimensions or realities is the greatest evil of all time, loses knowledge of its own power and abilities, rendering it innocent from the corruption it was born of? What if Gygas was the Pokemon Mew, only pure of all its evil? Gygas! How does the Earthbound Mother villain play into this? This is Pokemon, you asshole! I know, but stay with me. What if when Gygas was an infant in this Pokeverse reality, he created Pokemon from his own DNA to originally conquer the world, but had at some point lost knowledge of his origins and purpose? Gygas will be innocent and has no knowledge of the dark and evil powers at his command. rendering him basically the most powerful plushie. He will create other versions of himself, but none of them will possess the power he once had. But what if someone deep within the genetic code of Gygas, there remained the memory, the limitless and terrible physical power which fueled him in his conquest on other realities? What would happen if that section of genetic makeup was enhanced, tampered with? Let us return to Mewtwo. Mewtwo was created as the ultimate weapon, a means to dominate Pokemon as well as be unequal to any Pokemon alive. Giovanni wanted the power of Mew, but with a programmable nature like that of a machine, and so funded Dr. Fuji's team to find, clone, and enhance Mew to the ultimate force he could control. What is Dr. Fuji? While examining extracted DNA, discovers a genetic anomaly in the code sequence, one that does not match in any database. What if he begins to probe into this strange sequence and discovers somehow on accident that when exposed to telekinetic waves, the anomaly spreads through more of the DNA strands, replicating and growing? Through this, Dr. Fuji discovers that as this anomaly enhances, the DNA becomes more viable and better suited for cloning and genetic replication. We all know what happens next. Mewtwo's birth begins in chaos and destruction, fueled by hatred for being created as a weapon, as a plaything by creatures who see themselves as gods. He despises humans, despises how cheap they regard life, and how his creation is nothing more than fame and profit to them. Rage builds deep within him, and power begins to build rapidly until it unleashes it in a way that none of the scientists have time to grasp the full scale of the horror they've unleashed. The laboratory is destroyed, all the scientists along with their data are annihilated, and Mewtwo is taken in by Giovanni to be trained. We know this part. So where does this idea that Gyas is actually Mewtwo? Well, let's take a look at the original sprites for both beings. Take a look at closer look at this sprites. Now something air similarity. Gyas, shown on the left, is encased in a pod to allow his power and body grow. Mewtwo, shown on the right, was inside of a similar pod while being cloned. Although there are key differences between both designs, what intrigued me was the similarities. Both possesses immense physical power that is unrivaled by anything for the most part, have a hatred against humans for wrong done against them, and most of all, both are sympathetic in that they have tragic backgrounds. Obviously, they look a lot alike, though Gygas is much skinnier and less detailed. But I wonder sometimes if Pokemon hadn't been created and the mother series had grown more popular stateside, if Gygas would turn out to look just like Mewtwo. This theory is a tad crackpot, and yes, there are a lot of points of detail I probably missed. But bear in mind, this is something that I feel it can be discussed and examined more and more. He would like to hold vistas of theories regarding Pokemon, Earthbound, and so much more. I did write this in the hopes of being praised for my writing because this was done very spur of the moment, but upon the off chance you enjoyed or even hated this theory of mine, please let me know in the comments. Help me make this better. Smile! Yeah, it would be awesome if there was a cross story, but I don't know what this story would be though. That's the guy. That's the guy. That's the guy. Right. That's the guy who made this whole thing. What? This is random writings. Let's go back to Civadium games. Mamma mia! Oh, Bionicle the game. Let's fucking do this, alright? Because I played this game on the stream, alright? And it got like some minutes to beat. And it got the negative, mixed to negative reviews on Wikipedia. Because we all thought they had more levels, like 6 Tormata levels, 6 Tornua levels, and a Takanua level. But what we had is 2 Tormata levels, 5 Tornua levels, and a Takanua level. And it didn't like the design, the confusing controls. Like in PC, you only had these uh, keyboard arrows and all. You have shift. Come on. You have shift as jump button, control as attack, right? Dash as shield, and enter is something if you hold in the shield and after you drop in the shield button, you'll press both control and enter if you're a Toranuva, and then make a Nuva blast. But I think in the enter button, when you press enter, I think in Kopaka level, you're going to slide, alright? Slide through. Let's fucking do this. Alright? Let's do this. 2001. Fellow Parents aired on Nick. That's true. The GameCube was released. That's also true. And Lego released The Greatest Lime, Bionicle. That's also true. Oh, I'm getting as the epic movie guy who says like, "Are you ready for something epic? Alright, something more experience in life? Are you ready to do this? Alright, which is surfing, because someone doesn't like surfing on the internet. Mad. I was 6 when I got my first set. Tahoe, Toe of Water. So I mean Tahoe, Toe of Fire. Sorry, I mixed up my ass over there. I later on got all of the 2001 sets. I have every single Bionicle set. In 2003, Bionicle Mask of Light was released on DVD. Lego teamed with EA. Oh no. Yeah, screw EA and the anus, mate. They fucked up FIFA. And they're making, like, they made the worst Medal of Honor reboot games ever. Like, I don't know if I say that, but remember Warfighter, alright? Warfighter, they made. And EA are the only ones who are making the sports games like FIFA, NBA, NHL, NFL, okay, whatever. FIFA Street. Some different kind of bullshit. Oh no, to create a game to retell the events of the film. That is not true. Because it's not canonical. It's not on the events of the movie. Because I have all of the movies. Alright? You want some proof, alright? Do you even want some proof? I will show you the proof that I have all of the movies. If you could just try and reach them because they're at the bottom. And it's hard to pick up because there's cables around cornering these things. What am I talking about? I have to take out the time shift. If it should be easy, I have to take out time shift. Which I'll play someday. I don't know. Subscribe for that. What the fuck? What are the other games there? There's one game, a couple of movies, which is Fantastic Four. The 2005 version, not the reboot. I never watched the reboot, but I heard it sucked because of the story and the design of Doctor Doom. Alright? If he's supposed to be the ultimate version of Doctor Doom, why the fuck doesn't he have goat legs? Yeah, Ultimate Doctor Doom has goat legs. Alright? Sick. Now, without me showing myself, I am going to show you the proof that I have all of the Bionicle movies. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Jason Warriors, will show you. Voila! 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 And bow! Alright? So, yeah! Oh my god, I'm so gonna be fired. Okay. So let's freaking continue with this pasta right now. Jesus Christ. Let's restart the whole thing. Cause what the fuck is wrong with me today? It's because I saw this. The only Bionicle creepypasta I can find on someordinargamers.wikia.com/wiki/ Okay. 2001. Feral Parents Era Nick. Yes. The GameCube was released. Yes. And Lego released the greatest line Bionicle. Yes. And it got its own 2015 reboot. Started on winter, right? It was announced on summer of 2014, or no, it was on fall 2014. At the end, we saw the product pictures of the Toa Masters. They are now called Masters. I do not know why. And we got Protectors, which are like, I don't know, Turagas, also superpowered, Matorans, I know. They're not called Matorans. And an enemy called Lord of Skull Spiders. And now, on this summer, if you check on the toy store, you will notice that 5 new products of Bionicle has been released. The first one is the Skull Warrior. The second one is Skull Scorpio. The third one is Skull Basher. The fourth one is Skull. Fuck, what was it? Hold on. Skull. Whore? Not Skull Whore. I mean, what the fuck? What was it? Is it Skull Charger? Is it Skull Charger? Please tell me Skull Charger. No, it's Skull Slicer. There it is. Skull Slicer. And the fifth one is Mask Maker versus Skull Grinder. Or Ikimu versus Kolta. Yeah, Kolta, the Skull Grinder. Oh my god. Now let's read the fucking pasta, right? 2001. Feral Parents Era Nick. Yes. The GameCube was released. Yes. And Lego released the greatest line by. Yes. I was 6 when I got my first set, Tower of Fire. I later on got all the 2001 sets. I have every single Bionicle set. Well, how much money did you get while buying them, son? Were you nice to get more money? Okay. In 2003, Bionicle Mask of Light was released on DVD. Lego teamed with EA, oh no, to create a game to retell the events of the film, which, nah, it doesn't like the movie. It's non-canonical, right? Does it look like the movie? No, but the heroes almost look similar. Like Patanu was a little bit fatter, same as Onua Nuva, but he had claws, giant claws instead of no hands. Barnacle the game was released on Nintendo GameCube. I'm just kidding. Barnacle the game was released on the Nintendo GameCube, Xbox, PS3, and PC. Sorry. The game was a disaster. It had little in common with Mask of Light. The platform was generic and auto attack the same. Fire, generic energy blast, and then have to recharge. I rented the game when I was 8. I hated the game. I got the game almost at the same year, 2003. But yeah, I think I bought it like in what? No, I bought the movie while I was on. I think it was on VHS. I didn't own a DVD by then, but it was on VHS. I think. I think it was on VHS till it stopped. So I watched the commercial or whatever for all the way back at the opening of the film because they always show like the advertisement and all before the start of the movie on the Bionicle VHS, not DVD, because I didn't own the DVD by then. It showed the game, and I wanted the game, and then some years later, I bought it, which also contained Lego Rock Raiders, which is amazing. Let's continue the story. I was expected to use the toys elemental powers in the game. It is now 2015, and Bionicle's back with a new story and sets. See, it's now a reboot. I have all the old and new sets now. I felt a strange urge to play Bionicle the game, so I hunted Amazon for a GameCube copy of the game. I then saw one copy for $1. $1 or $1. I bought it and 3 days later it arrived at my house. I plugged in my GameCube, got my controller and started the game. The title screen was darker than I remember. Some torrent walked by. I pressed start and made a new file. The normal intro cutscene playing. The first level started and the music was a little slow. In the first level, you play as Tahu. I breezed through the level, taking out the Rahi with ease, and then they killed a Nirama. Nirama is, they're like, how I say, flies or whatever, these giant bees or whatever, or giant mosquitoes, what the fuck am I gonna call them? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, fuck, I don't know. But I have the comics as well, which is on Swedish, so, yeah. I attacked and Taro jumped on the Rahi and took off the effective mask put on it by Makuta. Cool. It never happened in the game, so I mean, come on, it's a creepypasta. I thought to myself, the next few levels play exactly as I remember it, but after the tub became the Tornuva, things got strange. Whenever I defeated Borak, its crown exploded into black liquid, which never happened. When I fought the Borak call, things got worse. Every time 1 in 6 a hole hits me, I lost 3 health, making it near impossible to win. It's not impossible. It's just you have to watch out, because after they are dead, then their body is a little bit red. If you get closer to them, you'll lose some health, alright? If you get closer to the corpse, like standing on it or standing through the body, you lose a couple of health. Yeah, in the final level, you play as Hakanuva, 12 Light, and at last fighting Makuta. When I reached this level, Makuta was horrifying. He was pure black with glowing red eyes and a few red spots on his hands. The battle then commenced. Makuta was almost completely impossible. Corrupted Rai were all over the place and Makuta kept firing his energy attacks. When he was half defeated, the game glitched beyond comprehension. After 30 seconds of glitching, the screen went black except for two glowing eyes. I touched my TV screen and it burned my hand a bit. It never happened. The screen then changed to still images of mutilated Matoran. One screen showed Hyuki missing an arm and Kongu dead. Other screens show unrecognizable Matoran. I then took the disc out of the GameCube and tried to sell it back to the original owner, but I couldn't find the purchase of the game, so I tossed the game in the garbage. That night I had a dream where those two red eyes were staring at me with a green mist in the background. I then woke up, went to my chest bag, took the game, and smashed it with a hammer. I planned to share what happened on Reddit, but I decided not to. I hope I never see that game normal or changed ever again. If you see it on GameStop, just freaking buy it. I went to Gearcourse, which is like Walmart. Okay, so I bought it, and nope, I see nothing. Do you want to know what the character looked like? Alright, let's go to its Wikipedia. Um, and you thought it was only creepypasta readings? No, more experience need to be seen. Alright, let's see. Okay, it's my nose. Bionicle the game. Colin the game. The game. Bitch the game. Slap your face the game. I'm supposed to use that the game. Holy. um, See, it was intended for the game to follow the 2001 and 2003 storylines, but time constraints forced the game's release before it was complete, resulting in many errors in the plot. Yup, you see, it's not out of production, but you can still buy it in store, like an old place, like a game place where you can buy like old games like NES and all. You have that in other days, so yeah. See, oh, no one cares. Look at all this, and here are the enemies, and yeah, these are the playable characters, and these are the contests, and yada 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 yada. And Game Advance, see, originally the game was planned to feature those for all six Toa Matas and all six Toa Nuva. However, due to time restrictions, the game was reduced to the levels it has now. And it also wanted to spend a sequel called Barnacle City of Metro New, I think this was. But it got cancelled due to the lower ratings to the game, I think. But there was a beta test or whatever of it. And here's the promotional images. And here's the covers now. But then I realized that every game with a PC, it's boxed a little bit fatter instead of it being smaller. Yeah. There's the Mac cover. If only I had my Mac back, it'll be awesome. But it costs a lot of money to buy a new one. Piece of shit. If I save a lot of money without buying any games, that'll be awesome. And here are the characters. And Toamata Tau, Toanua Tau, Tau, Taunuva, Gali, Galinua, Lua, Luanuva, Poatu, Poatanuva, Onua, Onuanuva, Kopaka, Kopakanuva, Takunuva, Hakuda Pterodax. Yeah, his real name is Pterodax and it's been revealed on the 2007 storyline when Toa Maori was on the waters next to on the water, like underneath the island of Voyanui, which were taken over by Paraka. There's Taragamata Nui, which is Wakama no Kama, Onua, Oniwa, Matao, and Nuju. Yeah. It's Taragamata, Taragamaka, Taragamaka, the Matoran of Matanui, the Tamatoran, Komatoran, Gamatoran, Pomatoran, Numatoran, Lematoran, and there's Takua, the Toa of Light. Yeah, at first I was automator, but it's actually a avamotor. Av, AV means light, and I think DA, no wait, SH or DA means it's just shadow motor, not even motor, which has been possessed by dark forces, and how to bring it back is to remove it, and it'll become a light motor again. And it's Takutanuva, which is a combine of Takanuva and Makuta Pterodax. Okay. There's the enemies. Like, there's the enemies. So, Tanak, New Kopen, Makika, Tanakal, Kanada, Nui Rama, Nui Yaga, Ruki, Lerak, and Panarak. And here are some good Rahis, which is a Fox Rahi, Submarine Rahi, and a Goku bird. And here are the locations. There's the Kinui, Tawai, Takora, Kokora Huts, Kawaii, Kakora Huts, Lawai, and Hawaii. And here are the concept arts, if you can like the series of this game. They like these trailers and what game trailer was it? I think it was, I don't know. It showed gameplay also. You have to see this. Look, this is what it was meant to look like. I'll turn the volume up a little bit. And yeah, see, this is what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, see, there's some level changes and all, and I wanted that to happen, but apparently, no. Yeah, that one. That happened. That happened. That happened. This one happened too. It was this one. Yeah, there's that, and let's see another gameplay trailer. Bro, make your play. Play what, my people? And this was taken during the game, and it looks like right now. And look quality, and there's no 360p. Shit. You can see it's an old player too as well, which is, yeah, nostalgia. There's the ton of. Your girls follow me like. Yeah, all this happening. Yeah, that's what it looks like right now. Same as this one, that's what it looks like. See, this is why EA are shit. Why didn't Lego team up with someone else than EA? Like Event Timeline or TT Games. I mean, team up with TT Games for fuck's sake. Oh yeah, they already did. Sorry. Oh, this trailer was epic. I haven't even seen this since 2011 when I was more addicted to YouTube. I mean, I first heard about YouTube since 2009. No, it was 2007 when I heard about it in 2009 from my mom. Uses it in 2007. She logged her account, and then 7 years later, I took over the account. No, it was 6 years later. I took over the account and started uploading videos. And a year later, which was last year, I I changed the name to Do You Mind? Where are you? See, this is what I had to deal with. All right, it pisses me off. You can go back now. Nah, where were we? I had to start the fucking trailer because I cannot press save or anything. Wow. Just watch this. I don't know if you can hear it, but he has a very deep, shallow voice, or whatever. There she is. You saw the white color, which is Kopakanuva. It was never played. The darkness of Makuta remains strong. Sakanuva. Time for hiding is over. You must rise from the shadows, become the Toa, and face the challenge. Bionicle, the game. I mean, why did they not use that graphics like they used in the trailer? What the fuck? What the fuck? That exists. Makuri. And I'm and they're called the Bionic Man. And the kid says, no, it's Makuta, and they're called Bionicle. And he said, exactly. Oh my god. You see? Nah, look. You see? That's the controls I was talking about. Oh my god. Why didn't it go for W, A, S, and D? I use, I don't know. Let's see. Let's use this as attack button. Let's use that as shield. Let's just fuck all. You see what the PC cover looks like? It's a little bit fatter. Oh my god. Why don't tell me? Hold on. Before I read another more quick post, this game called The Legend of Matsunui. It was announced during the first issue of Bionicle issue 1 for Matanui Saga. They announced the game Bionicle The Legend of Matanui. But apparently it got canned. And by canned I mean cancelled. It was planned to be released on fall of 2001. I don't know what the controls were. I don't know why they canceled it. But you have to find development studios okay. Let's look at the screenshot of what it looks like. Yeah, see, this is what it looks like, all this. And the cutscenes were viewed on YouTube, such as where Onua reassembles himself after landing on the beach, and where the Tokai are forming up and are fighting against Manas, and where Toramata, after finally defeated Pterodax or Makuta. I didn't even know it was canceled until 2013. I mean, I knew it was canceled since 2013, and I don't know why. They're gonna need to think more of something like this. And this is the final Chronicle game for the original timeline before the first game for Reboot came out. Well, yeah, I have the PC version and the Xbox version. Tell me in the comments below if I should either play the PC or the Xbox version. Just tell me in the comments down below, and I'll let you know when the playthrough is coming up. And it got like mixed reviews. What the fuck? And it was that game I was talking about. Yeah, the first game for the reboot. And yeah, now we can finally read some more creepypastas. Are you happy now? Are you happy? Of course you're happy. You finally get to see this. Five Nights at So there's whoa, there's two. Alright, two Five Nights at Freddy's creepypastas. Oh, let me just type in Five Nights at Freddy's. Whoa, there's three of them. Five Nights at Freddy's, Five Nights at Freddy's, Why Me, Five Nights at Freddy's, Five Nights at Freddy's, for Birthday Friends, the monsters you created. What the hell? Okay, so I I do not understand. But that wasn't allowed. I was not. So I'm gonna read Funnest of Phrase creepypastas from now on. Are you happy? Of course you're happy. Shit. What the fuck is killing me? Well, I have Desolate Hope, and it's now free to play on Steam. Yeah, you can check it out on Steam by typing in the Desolate Hope. That's wait, no, no, I don't think I'm gonna read this because we all know how the first one went. It got the best possible reviews than the three sequels. And Scott, where's the freaking film? If you bad, if you really bad release dates, then I don't know if I should say. Yeah, it's just fuck cool. Yeah, see, just a retelling of the story. That's it, just a retell. Oh my fucking god! My god, what's this theory about? Okay, let's give it a shot. Oh my god. Written by Adam Bloodgood. What a nice last name, dude. When was this? December. Okay, let's just calm down, everyone, and read this fucking thing, alright? What the fuck? Okay. So the final thing is I'm gonna read all Final Phrase creepypastas. Cause I wasted a little bit of my time showing y'all the bionic for the game trailers and some stuff of the yeah. There you go. Final Freddy's theory. Not sure where, but I remember here somewhere out there that the animatronics in FNAF function as phrase function normally around children, but it would just stare at adults if they try to interact with them useless their staff. And so that got me thinking. The only two characters that are confirmed to be killed by animatronics, Fungi and you. Which is Mike Schmidt, alright? The most notable character ever heard to get fired after temporary with them, and got 3 stars. Ding! Okay, let's see. If you actually make it through all 7 nights, then the character wouldn't actually be dead, meaning only one person has been killed by machines. The clan animat No, actually one. But then there's the victim of Bite 97 who survived the bite. We know that the incident took place in the second game's building, and the animatronics fine around children, but odd around adults. It is type of Can you not? What the hell did I just press? If I ever see this again, I'm just gonna stare at it and wait to press pause. Where was I? Lost track because of the fucking advisement. It pisses me off. Shit! Where is that part? You. Hmm. But all around dolls. It is entirely possible that the machines tried to kill the killer, but the face recognition software had them mistaken someone for the actual killer, since that man, who unfortunately not registered, his employee would become victim of the vengeance of Freddy and his friends, or his souls tempered in trapped in animatronics. Though if the souls of the dead children are really in Freddy and friends, why would they just be able to outright kill their murder? And Fredbear made it. I'm gonna play FNAF 4. I don't know, hopefully tomorrow or somewhere in August. I don't know. Because 3 days ago, because it's like 3:16 a.m. in my place, it was FNAF's year anniversary. Yeah. I can't say for sure, but possibly the children are forced to adhere to the rules that their robotic shells must follow, and the reason they act so oddly around adults is because they're trying to protect the other children within the building so they do not get caught by their killer, and use the database to keep out potential predators. So, going off the basis that Funga really is the killer, in Fast Furious 2, it will be possible to kill him because he will be recognized as staff during the day and will be unable to harm him even if he had a prior record or not. And he does not take the night shift within that building unless he really is Fritz Smith and not Mike Schmidt, meaning after they're attacked, someone who actually had a record and nearly killed him, the company would be forced to scrap the robots and have to restart. So why would the animatronics wait until the company was under investigation? Or why was it under investigation at all? Well, first we need to ask a simple question. How would someone get access to a criminal database in those days? Only police and the government had access to those kinds of files. With that in mind, it will explain why the second location came under investigation in the first place is because they have illegal access to crime-based data based to fend off predators. However, once police fully investigated the machines and the bite incident, it will explain why they will remake the old ones for the future location, meaning there would be no restrictions when it came to possible predators or their killer. Funga tells players on the first night in the FNAF 1 that he worked in the office before Max Schmidt did and he was finishing his final week. If he worked the office for a long time, why wait until the final days to off his career to kill him? The only logical answers are to make him suffer, or they just couldn't. Um, It is entirely possible that they waited till the final weeks, but Fungi wouldn't have been experienced as is seen in the messages, meaning he had the ability to fully avoid them until the night where he screwed up and accidentally drained all of his power, or for the night they got him. Now, another question you may be thinking of, why would the company not take responsibility of the gruesome murder caused by the animatronics, or how would Fungi RPG, which is the same as my name, know what will happen if you were caught. Just take a look at the history of the Fazbear franchise. To the public, it seems the Fazbear company cannot get its animatronics to work properly, and that seems to follow them and the restaurant's name. The restraint Schmidt works in could quite possibly be the final attempt at Freddy's Pizzeria, but looking at how the place looks will give the impression the place was either abandoned recently or starting to go under. With the public knowing how infamous the franchise has been, it would not be natural that the place would be in disrepair or lack of public interest. So, how does one guy know about being stuffed in a suit? In both games, as six rolls around the animatronics seem to abandon the murderous mission and head back to their positions within the building so they can do what they're programmed to do when they are supposed to do, meaning the only time the spirits have any true freedom is during their free roaming mode at night, which means Phone Guy will be safe during day shifts, but will be forced survive the nights. We have no idea how long exactly Fungi worked as night guard, but we know it had to be at least 2 full weeks since on the first night of the first game. He states, I'm actually finished on my last week, meaning he could have worked a decent amount of time prior to his final week. But we how of how experienced he seemed it is entirely possible. He worked nights for a few months or years, but we can confirm he had more than 1 week of experience. But how would he have known about being stuck into a fast pursuit? Like anyone new on the job, it is exceedingly plausible he actually got caught late in the shift a few times. But like many players, would say that a stroke of 6 a.m. Though on the fifth night of the first game, it's made quite clear he is caught after he stuck inside a suit. But which one? Sometimes during the first game, the player would be killed by Yellow Bear, Golden Fredbear, as fans call them, which is now real name is Fredbear. So please state a name as Fredbear or Golden Freddy or fuck on now. Just please give him a name as Fredbear, please, dude. Though most times before you're killed, hallucinations will show the faces of Bonnie, Chico, Freddy, and sometimes the phrase "It's me." After there's no what? There's nothing else Chica made. And during the fourth night's call, Fungus days, I always wonder what was inside those masks in the back. And hey, if you want to make it to the night, just keep an eye on me in one of the suits. It could be a while when someone else finds me. The second game, there's a call stain. Someone used the yellow suit to and it is never explained what it was used for. But it can be implied that it was for the murder of another child or to sneak into the building to tamper with the machines to cause the bite. Most of the evidence that has been found points to the phone guy being the one that is the killer due to the death minigames that appear on occasions. So, we know that children have possessed, or at the very least, the animatronics are seeking vengeance on their behalf, but Golden Freddy is still the only other animatronic that still has little to no explanation, even with the addition of the minigames. But how could anyone use a Fazbear suit when it's full of parts and gears for an automated skeleton? We must see. The first, though, that comes to mind is could it be the first Super in the family dining era when all they had was Freddy as depicted in the minigame in the Purple Man kills minigame? The Purple Man killed as depicted. In the minigame, the Purple Man kills the child outside the restaurant, but when you see the suit is has wires and metal sticking out of it, meaning it's more modern suit. And if it is a modern suit of the animatronics, meaning the killer would just strip it of its inner parts of a similar suit made for humans to mirror the yellow suit in back. If someone were to walk around in a suit designed to look like one of the animatronics, it would be hard to tell the difference if the suit was made well enough to. And another reason why animatronics can no longer roam the floor like they once had been able to. Though, why kill the night guard after Phone Guy? Without evidence given we, Phone Guy, left behind good instructions on how to survive the nights, as well as his dying message. But what would happen if word got out that animatronics were killing? I actually heard something. Again, all stress again. You know, it would be scrapped again and left with no shell for a spirit to possess or die. If it truly is machines killing people, get away with it because police are looking into people killing people rather than sentient animatronics. But there's also the fan theory of Max actually being fungi in his personal hell after Freddy and company stuffed him into a suit to punish him. And now he must endure his final week on the job for all eternity and must listen to his own recordings each week. We have wired the animatronics will attack Mike and Phone Guy, but reasons would they have to attack Fitzgerald and Smith? FNAF 2, Phone Guy explains that the animatronics have access to a criminal database, but in earlier days of the internet, no civilian had any kind of access like this, meaning they had these files illegally and led to the investigation of company, and the bot only hastened the investigation. So, how would they have gotten access to files like that? To avoid predators harming children on the premises again, they hired someone to hack into the files in a local police station to keep track of offenders throughout the country. If this were the case, who could have done something like this? On night 7 in FNAF 2, you're not Fitzgerald, but Fritz Smith, who is hired for all order and tampering with animatronics like Mike in FNAF 1. Though, unlike Mike, who had been working a few days and had time to study the animatronics, it was Fitz's first night on the job. If this is any indication of what he is like, it is completely possible he's the hacker to get the files, but it cannot be the hacker because he was caught tampering on the first night. This evidence shows he could not have gone away with hacking government files, and because he was fired, it is possible for him to be phone guy. At best, Fitz is one of the mechanics that worked the night because he knew how to turn them off. Or some robotics expert realized what was going on and turned him off before his shift began. Fitch could not have gotten into his files, or be phone guy, which leaves Jeremy Fitzgerald. Very early on, it is acknowledged that Phone Guy and Fitzgerald are two separate characters altogether, but that doesn't mean Fitzgerald is some unlucky fellow who truly made a poor career choice. In fact, we know more about Fitz than we do Jeremy and Mike since he was fired on his first night, and sure he had some sort of robotic knowledge. So where does that leave us to Jeremy? If the theory is correct, then and Jeremy is actually the one who hacked the government files for the criminal offenders' data for the animatronics, he could have put into a post outside of the public eye easily as a night guard. It will be harder to detect living in a nightlife rather than a standard day nightlife, and that and then standard day night life rather than a standard day night life. Keep it easier for the company to hide him. As soon as Jeremy is told the company is under investigation, he is told that he will be moved to the day shift on the seventh day of his employment. Now, what we do know is that Jeremy worked for the company before the bite, but we do not know actually how long prior to the bite. Isn't it convenient that Jeremy is put on the day shift of the last event, a birthday party that location will be having? What we know about the bite 7 is that someone was bit in the frontal lobe, in front part of the face, losing the frontal lobe of the brain, but survived. We have no solid evidence who it was that was bit, but following the information that we know, children are safe, but adults are not, and the bite was as yet to happen during Jeremy's employment. We can make one slight assumption. Following the hack theory, someone found out that the criminal files had been hacked by someone at the Fazbear Company and naturally started to investigate. But all they had was a lead. Jeremy Fitzgerald was the victim of the bite because he was the one who was able to get the company child predator data. And because he had the power to bring down the whole company, they for, they forged a criminal file so that the animatronics would kill him on the restaurant's final day. They took it up to mechanical malfunction and have a reason to destroy the animatronics and allow them to remake Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria in a new location. Well, that is honest, but that is said for the fourth one, fourth game, mate. I do understand the hacky theory above is a bit of a stretch considering the internet was just getting started in the mid to early 80s, and I was able to learn exactly how expensive the internet was back then. Another scenario to be more accepted if the game is truly impossible is that the recognition program was buggy and didn't actually acknowledge staff after hours as security guards, but as an intruder and will attack leading to safety concerns yet again. After a few nights, Jeremy could reported the safety hazards to the proper authorities, and because he put the animatronic under investigation, they decided to prove his point. They then decided to create a fake predator file so that the animatronics will kill him on sight. It will keep them having to pay restitutions to Jeremy and his family. Thought they would have been forced to completely restart, pay fines, and for many other damages of a man having the front of his head bit off in the middle of a birthday party. Such an incident will allow the company to rebuild, though not many people will be able to see the company the same way again and diminishing their overall public returns on a reopening after an accident of that caliber. However, it does keep them out of jail for forcing one person to undergo psychological stress and possible death intentionally. I know some of this may have been some holes in it. I can understand some of the theories seeming out there in some aspects, considering all that is known for sure is what we are told by a phone guy, and some notes found in the first game and the death minigame in the second. My thoughts on the minigames is that they are there for the players to try and piece together some sort of storyline between the four locations of the company. From its starting to the first game location, and on not actually something Jeremy learns about considering he would have to die to see them. Either way, credit to my main sources of information having the first two games themselves. More than to Mike's creepy gaming video on FNAF 1, the Game Theory's first two videos on the games, and top 10 memes to top 10 videos on FNAF 1 and 2. Since this theory is not concrete, I wouldn't mind talking about the holes or issues you guys may have in the comments since the games do have such an open-ended story to tell and Scott seems to want people to try and put together what they think is happening. Jesus, what a long ass theory. I mean, he didn't have any blank spaces or whatever. So, we have four left. Ah, it's not that long. Okay, we can read it. Both Death Fridays. You know, parents are always finding new ways to entertain or enrich their kids. In fact, the earliest years are the most important in a child's life when it comes to developing their young mind. There was no different for me. My mom will always take me to the arcades, complete with all sorts of top-of-the-line games, or the parks, with the jungle gyms that were always scalding hot from being in the sun all day. There weren't too many options to choose from, but for what they are, those were what made up my fondest childhood memories. As a treat for my son's birthday, my mom took me to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. It was supposed to be a fun little place from what I can remember, a magical place for kids and grown-ups alike where fantasies and fun come to life, or something like that. It looked really promising, to be honest with you, and I would be lying if I said I was expecting about going there. The pizzeria, um, the pizza was what you expect, lazy, Leslie, but together. Let's see, I'm trying to find a theme there. Is there one that okay. And the pizza was what you expect, lazily but put together, and didn't quite taste right. But you didn't go for the food, you went to see Freddy Fazbear and his gang of colorful friends. Bonnie the Bunny and Chica the Chicken. There's Foxy too. Foxy the Fox. Pirate Fox too. He lived in the Pirate Cove. Thinking back on it now, the animatronics were pretty good for the time. They had a full body movement when singing on stage, and then Foxy moved around quite a bit on his little pirate ship. In fact, I remember that after a few songs, Fred and friends would come off the stage and walk around, interacting with the kids. They would walk up to the kids and say things like, "How's the pizza? Good? I bet. What? Having fun? I know I am." I remember that Foxy always said, "It's me, I'm going to get ya." It was cute. To keep the kids entertained, there would be little games they play, like Follow the Freddy, which was just follow the leader, or Foxy's Treasure Hunt, where kids would be given small trinkets, and Foxy would chase after them, like a game of tag. I remember I had finished my slice of pizza, and I asked if I could play the treasure hunt game with Foxy. My mom said it was okay, so I got up, and one of my workers gave me a tiny palm-sized treasure chest. I was actually really excited. Foxy was my favorite. Me and, me and about six other kids were given small treasures, and that's when Foxy jumped off the park up. He yelled, "It's me! I'm gonna get you!" And that's when we all scrambled. It was great fun. I looked over my shoulder and saw Foxy chasing around the other kids, and at one point, he even almost got me. Boy, Foxy was fast. I didn't quite know why at the time, but while I was in the middle of playing treasure hunt the game, my mom lifted me up abruptly and carried me swiftly toward the exit. She next like, "We got to go around, and we never should have come here." I never heard such urgency in her voice before. I thought that maybe it was because some kids started crying when Foxy got him. They had screamed really loud and started sobbing. I remember a bunch of parents just rushed us over. There was all sorts of commotion noise, but I was too busy having fun to notice that anything was wrong. But now that I think of it though, I do remember just as my mom carried me through the exit, I saw Foxy standing above the body of the kid he had caught. He is staring at me with crimson liquid dripping from his sharp teeth. "It's me, I'm gonna get you." You didn't cheat the game, but he Foxy in the bad guy is a nice guy. Yes, a nice guy that tries to pull something into you. You're a dickhead. You have my dog enrichment challenge. Oh, and that goes for the Finance and Fuck Boys theme here again. Yes. Um, is this even a thing? Hold on. Oh my bad. Oh, I realized that my sound was off. What the fuck? Okay, let's go for why me? How long is this shit? Okay, I'm gonna start the video and then let's go on. 3, 2, 1. The surprise. I couldn't believe it. My birthday was coming up. My sixth birthday, to be exact. My parents were taking me to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. That place once most fun places on earth. Oh my god, thank you, Mom! I shouted at my mom and father. "You're welcome, son. Now you have to be extra good for the rest of the week, or else we can't take you there, okay?" My father said. I nodded. It was a rule we had for upcoming events. If I wasn't good, then I couldn't do whatever we were going to do. After that, we just went on with the rest of our day. Nothing really important happened. The next day, I got up and I did some research on the computer about Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. My favorite mascot by far was Gulliwan that had been released there. Pair called Golden Freddy Fazbear, which is Fredbear. It was actually supposed to be released the day I went there, so I wanted to be there. So I was extra careful not to do anything bad for the rest of the weekend. Then came my birthday. Alright, Noah, you have been pretty good this week, so let's go. That's it, said as he put on his jacket. Yep, you're right, Frank. My mom said, "Yay!" I said, and started to get ready. I put on my jacket and my clothes, and we headed out to the dome. We drove out, and I kept thinking about Golden Freddy Fazbear and what the site had mentioned about him. Apparently, he was the nicest out of all in animatronics and would give out free pizza. I also thought about my four friends that were coming. No way. The pizzeria. We arrived at the pizzeria and I saw my friend Brian there. "Hey Brian," I said. "Hey Noah," he replied. I caught up with my other friends and we all went inside. It was Brian and Jenny's first time here, so I kind of showed around. My other friend RG suggested we sneak off and go backstage and talk to the animatronics. I was reluctant at first, but me and my other friend said yes. So we went backstage and we saw Freddy himself. "Freddy!" I shouted and hugged him. He hugged me back and I said, "Where is Gold Freddy coming, Freddy?" They said, "In a few minutes." In the meantime, follow me, we could get some pizza and some cake. I said, "What's your name?" He asked me, "Noah Blackley." Noah Blackley. Okay. I told her we were out to get pizza and cake. We follow Freddy to the door. "Where's the pizza?" I asked. And I saw Freddy go. "Where'd Freddy go?" Freddy asked. "I don't know. He'll be back." That man in purple sweater had appeared. The missing children incident is starting. "Sir, do you know where Freddy went?" I asked him. "I noticed the Golden Freddy fast pursuit. Is Golden Freddy here?" I asked very expectantly. The man in purple sweater walked towards me. "Let's call him Purple Guy from now on. Or Vincent, as some fans call him." I'll say Purple Guy. I assumed he's trying to tell me. Then I felt a very sharp pain in my lower chest area all of a sudden. I screamed in pain that the man had a meat cleaver. "Not yet," the man said. He walked over to my friends and had cut him too. My other friend, the shy one, Jackson, tried to fight back. He hit the man and he groaned in pain and killed Jackson too. I was in too much pain to try to help when I noticed the door was padlocked shut. My parents had heard everything and started banging on the door, trying to open anything to try to get in. The man in purple sweater walked toward me and knelt down. With one final breath, I screamed as the clear was sent into my heart. Last thing I saw being him carrying me and my friends to some spare suits. I was stuffed into Golden Freddy, Brian to Freddy, Jenny to Chica, RJ into Bonnie, and Jackson into Foxy. So I see. A few years later, someone walked into Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, looking for a job as a night guard. A man answered on the phone and started to go on about, "Welcome to your new summer job at Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria," and stuff. Towards the end, he asked his name. The man taking the job replied, "Frank Buckley." "Oh, nice to meet you, Frank Buckley." The man on the phone said as he hung up, "Dad? It's me. Dad, it's me, Noah. It's me." How is that there? It's more of a story made. Build up creepy factor. Oh my god. I don't know. You're kind of a weird man. Always. What am I doing with my life? Ooh, I have to read it another time. If it's the same like this, then I have to choose a different one. Okay, let's do this. Finance of Freddy's machine is reality. Let's go. The children play while I stay in my domain slumbers at night to wait. I enjoy the smiles of the young ones dancing, singing with my friends and me. They enjoy playing with Bunny the Bunny, Chica the Chicken, and Foxy the Pirate Fox, and I enjoy every last second of it. I love how the children would disobey their parents so we could get close to them. I remember there was this one girl, Mary Sue, who climbed up to Pirate's Cove. She climbed to Foxy the Pirate Fox said, "Oh, hi, matey. We be swapping the deck of Squalawag, yeah, Squalawag."
occipital frontal lobe and she fell down. Then her body got caught up in a hook. She dangled like an angel. I liked it. As for the parents, they died of the horrific sight to see an angel like that fall asleep. Foxy the Pirate Fox and Pirate Cove was shut down before Fight of '87. There were two others who enjoyed coming early, another young girl, lovely, and an older fellow, Jack. They slipped into our domain at midnight to sneak for an early opening. They both hated the kitchen, but we enjoyed the kitchen. Bun and Chickadee Chicken slipped in with them. They had a hell of a time. Well, until they ripped their internal organs out and mixed them with their special sauce. And we put their bodies in our mechanical suits, for their bodies were too small for their grinder. Jesus! In the morning, the manager saw the blood dripping from burning chicken's mechanical suit. I was dripping with excitement. The manager was terrified of what he saw. Not long after that, the police arrived. The joy about it is we are just simple objects that can be in reality. We enjoy nothing but killing the young ones. It giving us an unholy thought to do what we love. The same day, a parent did yell at us just doing something as evil as that. He got closer to me, so I ripped his face up with my mouth. Then began singing something that I was programmed to sing. Oh, why not face? You shouldn't get Freddy Fazbear's pizza. You should. His face was more ripped off than it was crushed. Yet it was more satisfying to see his face happy. Not too long after that, a parent screamed and claimed there was a finger in her bowl of chili. She just vomited it at the thought of eating it. That made me chuckle a whole bunch. My friends laughed at the thought too. When night fell, there was a security man now watching us, monitoring us 24/7, which means the whole wide world. That didn't stop us. We all tried to get rid of him. We needed him from top to bottom and stuck parts of his body in us. The screams were just agonizing, just pure agonizing. We felt even more alive than before. I wanted to do more than just kill. I wanted to die in erosive ways. The next night there was a new security man. His name I'll never forget. Evans Railsbag. For 5 nights we tried to catch him. He was simply smarter than us. He was foolish. On the sixth night he wanted to stay in his little secure office. We banged the doors as hard as we could. Finally the doors broke open. Our thoughts came to the conclusion to chop him up on a server plate for all to see. The doors opened, Lester came in, but when Captain Head was served on the the table fleet, we gave an old lady a heart attack. The old lady had to die. Later at midnight, two people came in to take us all back to dismantle. We simply crushed their bodies and shoved them into the refrigerator. The manager was surprised we were still there that morning. He cried saying, "What is wrong with you two? I had not vomited before, but you need to be shut down." He touched, he touched Foxy and my friends. When it got to me, he looked at me, sobbing in depression. He touched my off button, but look at him. My hand was grasped on his tie. The last thing I saw was him pulling away. Now I wait for him in the dark room. 3 months later, we were turned on. The manager was dead. He committed suicide because of his behavior. Even if our power was off, it was eyes on the eyes. What caught the audience's eyes? We still continue to kill. Just today, the new owner is the son of the manager, and he was happy to see everything having a blast. Chickens had an amazing plan to serve them to the customers. Wouldn't that be fun? That night, we didn't see him, just another security man. We just had to fire him up. We heard the door open. He saw us walking about. He stopped it in his tracks and ran. Luckily, he tripped and fell. We simply hung him on a hook like an angel. We may be machines, but we live in reality. Oh shit! Yo, do you see that? It says real life. What the fuck? Definition of the shit pasta. Oh my goodness. You fucking kidding me? There's more of them? Ah, whatever. It is time for Jason Voorhees to sign off. And I hope you enjoyed me reading all of this. And I have to leave now to the forest because Steph might be coming back soon. And I think that he will never be happy about all this. So, thank you guys so much for watching this stream. And yeah, it was pretty fun. Now I have to go to the forest to, yeah, I know. I don't know if I should say this, but it's there from this house. Still shit. But as always, I will probably see you in the next stream. Who knows if I come back alive? So, I'll see you in the next stream. Goodbye, guys. And please subscribe to him. More video content like this. Like the stream and tell our Creepypastas that he or I should read in the future. And yeah, that's about it. And as always, is that what he says at the end of the video? Yeah. I think he says the thing that he says like almost every video. And I think he says that. And peace.